Can't seem to hear anything.
Hey, Ian, I can hear you.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you well, yeah. I think they're just sorting out some issues there.
Oh, I see, because I saw some unusual sign on my microphone. Okay, I can hear
Okay,
you too. Thank you.
great.
Hi everyone, we're just experiencing some technical issues with the camera, which looks very blurry. So it's not you, it's us. So just give us a minute or two and we'll get started shortly.
Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx Webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure you include your name, address, and email address because the committee and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by mail. If you do not agree with our decision, you may be able to appeal it to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Making your submissions. Where an application's uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest or of panel or staff for the items in the afternoon time slots? No?
Through the chair, I see none.
Okay. Any deferral requests, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, for the afternoon time slots?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are 2 applications requesting deferral this afternoon. That is item number 31, 11 Radford Avenue, and item 43, 149 Hillsdale Avenue East. And I would like to clarify for the members to alleviate any confusion. In the agenda package, the old previous deferral requests for item number 41 as well as item 42 were repeated in the agenda, but they are actually referring to the previous older application when it was heard the first time. So there's no deferral request currently for item 41 or item 42.
Okay. Now we're on to application number 21, 830 Church Street. The purpose of this application to construct a 4-story service building to support TTC Bloor-Young Station and the tunnel infrastructure. With this application, you have material submitted by the applicant and a report from Urban Forestry. Chen Lin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the members of the committee. My name is Chen Lin. I'm the applicant and the coordinator of permits and approval from the Toronto Transit Commission, which is also the owner of the property. Also registered as the additional speaker is Clara Chong, who is the senior project engineer at the TTC. We're here to answer any questions that the committee members may have. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so this looks reasonably straightforward. We're going to take it into committee. Mr. Lin, is there anything you want to say before we take it into committee?
Sure. I'll just make a very brief statement about the project. Okay. So part of the TTC upgrading includes the Bloor-Young capacity improvement projects. The objective is to enhance the capacity of Bloor-Young subway stations through the expansion of the existing infrastructure. The planned expansion is to accommodate the projected passenger volume in the near future as ridership grows and as the transit network expands. This project is comprised of multiple components, one of which is located at 830 Church Street. On this property, TTC is planning to build a 4-story service building to provide vital support to the expanded station and to improve ventilation to its tunnel system. Today, TTC is seeking approval of variances from zoning bylaw to accommodate the service building that will be critical to the overall planned expansion of the Bloor-Yonge State subway station. Thank you.
So when you say a service building, this is not an actual station?
No, it's more of a mechanical building that will provide ventilation to the overall. There's several of them, but this one's one of them that's been planned for the improved station down the road.
But it's not actually on the subway line, is that right?
It is on top of the Line 1 subway tunnel.
Oh. Okay. Thank you. Panel, any questions? Comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, Yim.
Oh, I think this is a very straightforward project in terms of the approval on our side, and I'm sure it's very needed facility. So I will move for approval with the urban forestry condition number 2, I think.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Zahir, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you. Okay, number 22, 2 Van STASSEN Boulevard. Purpose of the application to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a side 2-story addition and a front yard parking pad. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and a report from Urban Forestry. Mr. Lopez.
Bruno Lopez, you have been muted.
Hello.
Mr. Lopez, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. Can we have your name and your address for the record, please?
So it's actually Nick Campos stepping in for Bruno Lopez as he's unavailable to make this hearing. So it's Nick Campos from MXL Engineering at 1649 St. Clair Avenue West.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we need to hear from you in terms of a presentation, so we can take it into committee. Do you have anything you want to say to the committee before we go?
No, it's pretty straightforward and minor in nature, so nothing to add.
Thank you. Panel, do you have any questions, comments? Peter?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a simple question. I understand most of the variances are related to the parking, but I know in the plans there is a garage door and what looks like a garage, but it's just cold storage. So can you just explain what the story is with that?
So due to the side yard setback, the existing one that we have now, and the nature of the landscaping on the side there, we're unable to get enough width in that addition to put a legal parking space in that garage there. So we are maintaining that as storage, and yeah, just due to some restraints there, we can't actually make that front entrance there wide enough to fit a car.
Okay, understood. Thanks.
Okay. Any further questions, comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, here.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is, again, a fairly straightforward item. There are there's only forestry number 1 as a condition. So I'd be happy to move motion to approve with forestry 1 as a condition.
All right, thank you. Seconder, Peter, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 23. 494 and 498 Gilbert Avenue. The purpose of the application is to permit an increase in building height and a reduction in parking spaces provided within the 6-story building, self-storage, currently under review by Site Plan Control Application File Number 2022 112776 STE09SA. This current application is necessitated to correctly identify variances subject to bylaw 183. Okay, with this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, email correspondence from Transportation Services, and opposition from 463 Gilbert Avenue. Mr. McKay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. David McKay, registered professional planner with MHBC, 7050 Western Road, Suite 230, Woodbridge, Ontario.
All right, thank you, sir. I don't think we need a presentation from you. Is there anything you want to say before we take it into committee?
Just simply that this was heard previously by the committee. It was approved for 2 variances, the parking reduction and the loading. Unfortunately, at the time, my client had applied to vary the 569/2013 bylaw, which and not the York bylaw. So that's the rationale for the discrepancy in the correction. Relative to the height, the request, the way the variance or the provision reads, it says 6 stories or the greater of 20 meters. And so we are a 6-story building, but we're slightly over that 20 meters. So their interpretation is we need a variance. We humbly disagree, but frankly, the zoning examiners have all the power, so we're seeking that variance. And it's a slight increase to allow for the building to occur. It does not have any impact on the surrounding properties, in our opinion. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that committee may have.
Okay, any questions, panel? Okay, any comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, Peter.
Thanks, Chair. I remember this application last time, and I think this does seem more like a technical application, just satisfying the old York bylaw as well. So considering that it's essentially the same as what came before committee, I'm happy to move approval with no conditions.
All right, Yim, you second that motion. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 24. 56 Inglewood Drive. Purpose of the application to construct a new 1-story ancillary building, a semi-detached garage in the yard of the existing 2 1/2-story detached dwelling. The existing semi-detached garage will be demolished. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have 2 form letters in support and interest and concern from 54 Inglewood Drive. Miss Evangelista.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members. Ida Evangelista. On behalf of the owners of 56 Inglewood.
We need your address.
Yes, 53 Bentworth Avenue, Toronto, M6A 1 Peter 5.
Okay, well, now I know where Bentworth is because I was up there the other day. It took me a week to get home.
Exactly. You have to venture out first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
And that's before 6 a.m.
Right, okay. All right, so this looks reasonably straightforward. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
I'd just like to add, the structure is existing. As you can see from the plans that we submitted, and especially the site plan, we are rebuilding the house. And you could see from the first page of my submission, it is You know, it is in complete disrepair, and we are just going to rebuild exactly what is there. We are just squaring off. You'll see on the south side, there it pops out a little bit, and we're just literally adding an additional 0.07 square meters. So it's very straightforward. We have support from the abutting neighbors, and the letter from number 54, the owners did speak to them. They were a little bit, they were under the understanding that this was going to building permit, but they just wanted to go on record and just to make their case stated. Where they stand, but they are in support of the rebuild because it is in disrepair.
So is just your client's portion of that garage being torn down and rebuilt, because the other part looks okay?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct. The other part is good, and we're just, and you could see it's being done. It had already happened. So we are just rebuilding our portion.
Okay, thank you. All right, panel, do you have any questions, comments? Do we have a motion? Sahir.
Just a quick question. I take it the soft landscaping variance you're requesting, that's an existing circumstance, or is that an improved one over what existed?
So we have improved it. From what existed. We've improved it substantially from what it was.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Yes, Sahir.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is, again, a fairly straightforward one, and it's makes it easier because the new structure will be basically sitting on the existing footprint. The one question I had, I think, has been addressed, so I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve. I don't believe there are any other conditions.
No.
Okay. Yim, you second the motion. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
All right, you too. 2542 Natalie Place. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 3-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition with a rear ground floor deck and a rear 2nd-story rooftop deck. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, 14 form letters in support, and 1 letter in concern from 44 Natalie Place. Mr. DeLaware.
DeLaware, I'm here representing 42 Natalie Place, and I'm with Replacement Design, located at 911 Davenport Road.
Okay, sir, there is opposition, so let us have your brief presentation.
Certainly. So, as you mentioned, our clients were able to collect 14 letters of support. Most importantly, this includes the neighbor at 40. And although there is the letter in concern from 44 Natalie Place, most of the concerns mentioned are in terms of construction-related issues. They mentioned concerns about breaking down the basement wall and having the addition from there. But these are all construction-related matters, which we'll be sure to take care of moving forward with the building permit application. Although there's variances that seem quite high when it comes in consideration of the building area, this is because this entire area is looked at as a whole because of it was done as a development. And although we're asking for 17,451.93 square meters, this is, again, because it's considered as the entire area as a whole. In reality, we're only asking for an addition of 17.47 meters squared. This is basically FSI if we were to just take the area of the lot as a whole, which is much more in line with what you typically see in any community adjustment application. Again, there's not really much in terms of examples for this variance here in this neighborhood, just because it is going to be an increase every time anyone does an addition on any of these properties. Our building is also in line with the existing rear deck. We're trying to keep things as considerable as possible here in terms of landscaping by minimizing the extent of our addition. If you look at our site plan, you'll see we're not going any further than the neighbor at number 40. Excuse me. Again, this addition is in line with the neighbor at 44 as well. We're in line with their deck at the same time. And although there are variances in relation to the platform setback and stair setback, this is in line with the house itself and our addition. The existing deck had similar variances. This, again, taking into consideration the depth of the lot itself and where these properties sit, the rear yard already cuts into a lot of these existing decks. So any kind of new deck we would do would run into similar issues here. Opening any questions you might have at the moment.
Okay, let's move on to Rodney Locke.
Rodney Locke, you have been unmuted.
Mr. Locke there? Mr. Locke, can we have your name and your address, please? Hello, Mr. Locke?
Mr. Rodney Locke, go ahead. You have been unmuted.
Is he there?
15 seconds remaining.
Oh. So it says speaking Rodney Locke. Mr. Locke? Oh, so who cleared their throat?
That might have been me, Chair.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, through you, Chair, we're trying to reach Mr. Rodney Locke right now, so just give it some time. Thank you.
Might have been me.
Hello, Mr. Rodney Locke. You have been unmuted.
Hello?
Mr. Locke?
Yes.
All right, can we have...
Sorry, okay, my name is Rodney Locke from 44 Natalie Place.
Okay, tell us your concerns about the application.
As stated by the person prior that made the presentation, my concerns are more of a construction nature and not necessarily of a plan nature.
Right,
I was told that I wouldn't be allowed to present today, so that's why.
Yeah, there's no point, Mr. Locke. We have no jurisdiction over building construction issues.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Okay. Do we have to speak to Ms. Arshi? She says she's there just to observe. I don't think so.
Through the chair, if she's registered just to observe.
Okay, so we don't need to speak to her. Okay, Mr. DeLaware, I don't think we need to come back to you because we don't have any issues for you to rebut. So we're going into committee. Zahir? Zahir, you're muted.
Sorry, Chair. Just with regard to variance number 1, is it possible for you to just provide percentages there?
But this is a different bylaw. I don't know whether we need the percentages. Mr. DeLaware?
Yes, so because this site was developed with multiple properties all at once, there are some site-specific bylaws in relation to this area. So it's not subject to the same kind of front yard, rear yard calculations we normally see. They're looked at as the lot as a whole. It's not specific to soft landscaping versus hard landscaping. It just looks at any kind of landscape space area in total. So there's not really a percentage as you'd normally see within front yard and rear yard calculation.
Good.
And just in relation to the existing condition and what we're proposing, it actually is quite similar because, again, our addition is mostly taking up the rear deck that is currently there. So there's very minimal changes between the two.
Thank you.
Okay, Yim?
I want to add a comment. If you look at the numbers, they're asking for about 19% reduction of the 26 meter. The 21.9 meter is about 81% of what's required. So,
yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any further questions, comments, or do we have a motion? Yes, Yim.
I have no problem with this proposal, and in fact, I think that this when you combine even all the variances, I think they are minor in nature, and I would like to have a motion for approval with no conditions.
All right, a seconder, Peter. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 26, 166 Campbell Avenue. The purposes of this application to construct a new 2-story ancillary building, a garage with a laneway suite in the yard of the property abutting the laneway. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, 2 form letters in support and opposition from properties on Symington and Wallace. Sarah Elizabeth Reed.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, you went out there for a second. So good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee. This is Sarah Reed, 166 Campbell Avenue.
Okay, we need your presentation because there is quite a bit of opposition.
Sure. I did submit a visual, like couple of slides. Can that be pulled up for me, please? So there were 5 slides. I think I called it COA visual presentation. It was a PDF, but it was 5 pages. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so I'll get going. Like I said, my name is Sarah Reed. I am a land use policy planner by profession. and I am representing myself and spouse, Ivan Halovich, as the owners of 166 Campbell Avenue. Next slide, please. Like you said, the purpose of our application to construct a new 2-story laneway suite in the rear yard of our house with 1 car garage on the main floor and a 2-bedroom suite on the 2nd floor. Next slide, please. We are seeking 1 variance from bylaw 1586023C, which is illustrated on the left here and which requires a 1.5 meter step back above a height of 4 meters on one side where there is a rear to side lot condition. And we are seeking a 0.05 meter step back above a height of 4 meters on the affected or south side, which you'll see illustrated on the right. Regarding engagement with our neighbors, in January of this year, we engaged with our 9 direct neighbors regarding our proposal and COA application. We have 2 letters of support from our most direct neighbors at 168A and B Campbell Avenue. A bit of a brief history of our application. The bylaw we are seeking 1 variance from was part of a suite of changes to the laneway suites bylaw adopted by City Council in December 2021, after we received our zoning certificate from the city. Had the laneway suite zoning bylaw not been amended, our proposal sought no variances. In the 12 months after receiving our zoning certificate, the city continued to provide us with a number of approvals and move us through the process. But then in December 2022, we received a refusal notice for our building permit, indicating that our proposal had in fact not been grandfathered through. So as a result, we're here today seeking 1 variance to proceed with our original proposal. I'll now take you through how our proposal meets the 4 tests of a minor variance. And how our laneway suite design is unique in ways that allow us to meet the intent of the laneway suite bylaw, the city zoning bylaw, and the city's OP with the minor variance. Next slide, please. Regarding minor variance test 1, the variance we are requesting is minor in both size and impact. So regarding size, as a reminder, the variance we are seeking does not apply to the whole building, but a small 1.5 meter cutout above 4 meters on one side. We are not seeking to build something excessive or out of scope for this area. The immediate neighborhood is very mixed use and dense, with 2 to 3 story homes, 3 to 4 story townhomes, mid-rise commercial buildings, 4 meter tall garages, and 2-story laneway suites. Also, a natural and gradual transition of massing will occur between 308 Wallace Avenue's 4 meter tall garage and the 3 meter tall garden shed at 306 Wallace Avenue. So those are the ones that are partially backing on to this proposal. Next slide, please. I'm just going to take us back to that policy comparison diagram. Regarding impacts, in their laneway suites zoning bylaw amendment review report, Gladkey Planning Associates indicated that the laneway suite zoning bylaw in question today was recommended to address a few individual concerns, primarily with respect to potential impacts regarding privacy and overlook and shadow and access to light. So we have and we will address the aforementioned impacts. So regarding privacy and overlook, we designed our laneway suite with privacy in mind, situating the living room and kitchen to face the laneway and the bedrooms facing the backyard. The bedroom windows will be frosted and there are no windows on the sides of the buildings. Regarding the shadows and access to sunlight, we retained an architecture firm to conduct a shadow modeling study of the proposed building, which concluded no additional shadowing effect beyond, on the properties to the south. Regarding minor variance test 2, the proposal we have put forth is desirable for the appropriate development of the land. It will add high quality, much needed rental housing in a fast growing neighborhood near a major transit station area, suitable for a small family or couple, and will replace a dilapidated 120-year-old garage. Regarding minor variance test 3, the city's zoning review of our proposal indicated complete compliance with the city's zoning bylaw, save and except now for the variance we seek. Regarding minor variance test 4, our proposal is aligned with and maintains the intent and general purpose of the city's OP, long-term goals and vision, including but not limited to addressing the current and urgent need for housing in Toronto, and the city's policy objective for providing unit sizes suitable for families. The 1.5 meter step back would reduce the footprint of the 2nd floor suite by approximately 150 square feet, or 20% of the proposed floor area, resulting in a junior 1-bedroom versus a 2-bedroom, which is a significant reduction for us and we believe does not represent what renters are looking for or need. Making wise use of a high order of transit already in a given neighborhood is another important objective, and our property is within a major transit station area, which has density target allocations. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you for taking the time to consider our application, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Thank you. Grace Ayala.
Through you, Chair. I have made multiple attempts to reach Grace, but we had reached out to her for 3 times. Would you want to move forward with the next speaker, and I'll continuously try to reach Grace?
Ivan Ivanovich.
That's my spouse.
Not Ivanovich.
Oh, sorry, not.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, this is Ivan Ivanovich. I reside on 157 Symington Avenue, which is the lot across the lane from 166 Campbell. I was not consulted by Sarah Reed and her spouse back in January, as she mentioned that she has consulted her immediate neighbors. Further, I would like to oppose this application based on 3 different concerns that I have. Number 1 concern is the height of the proposed structure. It is disproportionate to anything on that lane. There is no 2-story building on the lanes. This proposed building would be at least 250% or 300% higher than any other structure around. Number 2, the lane is already very narrow, and I'm not a technical person. I have limited understanding of the technical language, but it looks to me like this construction would create a building that's very close to the lane and would make it even more narrow. I mentioned in my letter of opposition that we have issues with the turning into the lane in and out of our garage, especially in winter when there is snow and ice accumulation. Also, the garbage trucks sometimes have difficulties passing through. So the height of the building is the biggest concern. The lane is the second concern, and third concern I have about the privacy, because this proposed building would be looking straight into my bedrooms. Furthermore, regarding the letter of support that Ms. Reed is citing from number 168 Campo, her immediate neighbor, I spoke to that person, and I'm concerned that this person had a limited understanding of what they agreed, so their consent is probably uninformed. There is a language barrier, significant language barrier, and the older person who signed the letter probably didn't quite understand what they were agreeing to. That was also, my understanding is that their consent was provided before there was a shadow modeling study provided. And given all the technical nature of this, my English is fairly good. I have difficulties understanding what we're talking about, let alone that neighbor. So I'm very concerned about that.
All right, thank you, sir. Andrew and Kevin Pham.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I just wanted to echo the same thing that Ivan had said. So
just a minute, sir. Can we have your name and your address, please, for the record?
Yeah, it's Kevin Pham, 153 Symington Avenue.
Okay, and your comments?
Yeah, same thing as well. You know, I just feel with that laneway housing that's proposed to be built, with the height, given the height, that it would obstruct obviously our backyard, and we won't have the same view that we currently have with our windows.
That's your concern?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Patricia Allward. Allard.
Hello.
Whoa. Patricia, it seems like you have 2 devices. Can you mute one of them?
I shall do that.
Yes, please go ahead.
Ms. Allard, are you there?
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Patricia Allard. I live at 304 Wallace Avenue. I live there with my wife, Bowie Tom, and my child. We've been here for the last 13 years. I want to share with you a few items. First and foremost, our property abuts 166 Campbell Avenue in the side lot, rear lot, perpendicular configuration, as shown by the image that I submitted to you. The construction of this house, which we know we refer to as a suite, but it's, as everyone has said, it's huge. It raises for me and my whole family a health concern. I spend a lot of time in the backyard. As you can see, I'm sitting right there. I'm not sure if you can see me, but I am sitting in my backyard. Part of it is I live with MS, and MS brings in so many different issues, including overheating, lack of air flowing, inability to walk. Essentially, I'm progressive, and that means some days I can't even leave my house. All I have is this backyard, so I can breathe, absorb the air, get some sun, which vitamin D is very critical for people with MS. I want to share with you what I feel is extremely problematic for me, my household, and I know for my neighbors as well. First and foremost, loss of airflow coming from the north. I need this airflow so I can actually work here, enjoy my backyard. What's also very concerning with the airflow is this wall that is going to be built for this house slash suite is going to be, what is it? 6.3 meters, concrete building. And essentially, that's what it says here, concrete building. With that, the sun reflecting on that wall will increase the heat that's going to be shown on to my house, our backyards. So it's really problematic. I'm trying to work here. I'm also trying to live here. And I may not actually be able to use this. And I may actually have to try to leave the house. But if I can't leave the house, I can't. Therefore, I lose access to the outdoors. The second piece I want to raise is the loss of privacy with the height, we've all mentioned that, and the proximity. Two questions. Why so close? Why so high? I'm not opposed to creating housing for people, but there's no need for it to be so high. There's really no need. We lose sight, really, of what we see. Everyone's mentioned that. I want to emphasize that being able to actually see far away increases and diminishes, I should say, diminishes my ability to actually practice my eyesight. Very much important, especially when you are always on computers. Second piece is, this is just a little something. I did mention I have a daughter, right? And we often, because sometimes we'd go on the bridge, I'm not sure anyone knows this, but there's a bridge from where we can actually see the fireworks. It's just down from Wallace. It so happens that often I'm not able to go. And so my daughter, who's 9, and we've been doing this since she was 6, we'd watch the fireworks from our backyard because we have a great view to do that. Now you could say, why don't you go upstairs to your wife's office and look at the fireworks from there, which is something we have done in the past. But still, we can't see it because the building's so tall. Again, I ask you, why so high? And why so close? The impact on us, and I trust the Human Rights Commission still applies to this committee, is that this is not a laneway suite. This is a laneway house. I don't think that was the intent, to dramatically change the skylight, the sky view of our neighborhood. At first, I was open to it. I was approached and I was told, oh yes, we're just creating this in the back, da 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 da. And my question was, it's not going to be any higher than the garage at 308, is it? I was led to believe that it was not. And next thing I know, it's 6.3 meters. That's a problem. I ask you all, upon review of the Laneway Suite House application provided by 166 Campbell to the committee, we, 304 Wallace Avenue, formally object to the proposed lane house and the variance request in hopes that applicant will comply with bylaw 150.86.20, 3 in the hole, C in the hole, setbacks, and build a suite, not a house, that is smaller in size and more appropriate in its particular lot configuration. I welcome any questions, but please, I've lived here for 10 years, and generally our community speaks to one another. We need to keep one another. We all live here, and I believe we want to increase the number of people who have the access to this lovely neighborhood, but not to the extent of damaging and interfering with people's health. This is a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? Okay. Catherine Mayer and Peter Wachter.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name's Catherine Mayer, and I'm here with Peter Wachter, and we're from 306 Wallace Avenue. Our lot is one of the properties that abut 166 Campbell in that side lot to rear lot perpendicular configuration. And we object to the request for a variance to the second story 1.5 meter setback. In our letter, you'll see we outline the extensive work on behalf of city staff to monitor and evolve the Laneway Suite program, which was conducted to ensure it makes planning sense and continues to meet the city's official plan. And in November 2021, the 1.5 meter second story setback regulation for perpendicular lots was an important amendment approved by City Council on December 15th. The variance sought just does not pass the 4 tests of a minor variance, which we will explain. Test number 1, the variance requested is not minor in size and impact. I would like to draw the committee's attention to the images provided in our letter, and I do see you have it there. On pages 4, 9, and 10, which show the impact this development will have on our property, mainly around spacing and openness of our small perpendicular lots. As stated in the city's monitoring committee in 2021, perpendicular lot configurations, these suites are to be smaller than the current bylaw permissions allow. We learned that 54% of existing laneway suites are 1 bedroom or less, making the proposed suite larger than average, despite this messaging from the city planning staff. Test number 2, the change is not desirable for the appropriate development of the site itself and neighboring lands. If the variance is granted, an above average laneway suite will be constructed, and the size, bulk, and massing of the development would be inappropriate for this tight lot configuration. We will have the threat of falling ice and snow and pooled water from a vertical wall onto a small area where our children play. This is a major safety concern that would be mitigated through bylaw compliance. There will also be drastic changes to airflow and wind circulation due to a towering vertical wall along our rear property lines. The weather generally originates from the northwest, which will now be completely blocked and redirected. There will also be the effect of heat reflection onto our lots due to the vertical south-facing wall along our rear line, and this setback would greatly improve this effect. I'll just turn it over to Peter now.
Hi, everyone. So I'll continue on with test number 3. The change does not meet the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. Pre-December 21, when the city's zoning bylaws for laneway suites required no setback for side to rear lot perpendicular arrangements, developers were allowed to build towering laneway suites along rear lot lines. And it was documented by city planning that this was inconsistent with the bylaw's intent to limit impacts on adjacent properties. So granting the variance essentially reverts to an older, outdated regulation and clearly puts the proposed build in contravention with the intent and purpose of the current bylaw, in addition to official plan policy. Test number 4. Should the variance be granted, a purposefully crafted bylaw adopted by City Council in 2021 to protect properties in a rear lot to side lot configuration is ignored. It was an amendment specifically introduced to ensure the bylaws comply with the official plan, particularly section 4.19 neighborhoods, which states that developments will have heights, massing, and scale that are respectful for nearby residential properties, have setbacks from adjacent residential properties, and provide adequate privacy, sunlight, and sky views by ensuring distance and separation. Our views of the sky and our laneway will be eliminated by the suite's bulk and mass. We will no longer be able to see the sky from our back windows, including the kitchen windows. For example, we will now have to go outside and look up to be able to see the sky. From my children's bedroom, they will be looking directly at an almost 21-foot vertical wall. Privacy. The proposed suite will look down into the lots along Wallace Avenue in very close proximity. A setback will prevent windows in the corner of the suite closest to our lots. In the end, this is a textbook case of a perpendicular lot situation. The review of laneway suites highlighted in November 2021 as having a greater negative impact on neighboring properties and requiring additional conditions, resulting in this very specific bylaw to be enacted. If the variance is granted, it would not only set a powerful precedent for similar situations in the future, but it will also diminish all of the hard work and analysis completed by the Gladkey Planning Associates and the Toronto City Planning. Thanks everyone for your time and consideration.
Yes, Barbara Batuzzi.
Barbara, you have been unmuted.
Is she there?
Hello, Barbara. You have been unmuted. Go ahead.
Pardon? Okay. All right. So what about Grace Ayala? Okay. All right. So those people are not available. Okay. Ms. Reed?
Thank you. I've just been unmuted. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you for the opportunity to respond to my neighbors' concerns. To begin with, I'd like to go over a few important overarching points. So I have observed through my neighbors' presentations, their letters, and through meeting one-on-one, that their objections regarding the height and setbacks and perceived resulting impacts pertain more to the whole structure and less to the variance I'm seeking. So as I mentioned earlier, we are permitted to build a 6.3 meter tall structure, side lot line to side lot line by law is illustrated in my diagram. Yeah, if we could just keep that up for now, that'd be great. And it doesn't appear reasonable to say that if this minor variance, which in this case relates to a 1.5 meter deep by 2.3 meter tall by 9 meter long piece of the building was granted, that it would be the cause of undesirable massing, casting shadows, infringing on privacy, and changing wind patterns, etc. I'd like to also speak to the merits of the complaints before the committee today. It appears that many of the complaints, as you've probably noticed, are identical or similar form letters, which I believe to be a bit problematic because not every homeowner has the same site conditions that would merit identical impacts. 298 Wallace, for example, indicated that they would experience overlook, loss of light, loss of views, etc. However, they were one of a few other properties excluded in our architect's shadow study because they would objectively not be impacted by our proposed building based on distance and obstructions. The neighbors at 153 Symington also make similar claims as the others, but are one property south and separated from our proposed laneway suite by the alley, and then the perpendicular backyards of 310, 312, 314, and 316 Wallace before even getting to their yard. A final example is 159 Symington, which is 3 properties north and separated by our proposed building by the laneway and then their 4-meter tall double garage. But they also make a number of claims regarding impacts that I fail to see how they would be feasible. We have also not been presented with any planning or other expert evidence to substantiate the claims made in opposition to our project. However, we have carefully considered our proposal and examined the key potential impacts supported by expert and professional evidence. For example, and to quickly reiterate, we retained an architecture firm to conduct a shadow modeling study of the proposed building, which concluded no additional shadowing effects on the properties to the south, which is the side we're seeking a variance on, and which is one of the reasons this policy was made. We also work closely with our architect to design our laneway suite with privacy in mind, situating the living room and kitchen to face the laneway, the bedrooms facing the backyard. The bedroom windows be frosted, and there won't be overlooked because there are no windows on the sides of the building. Again, another way we've addressed why this policy was made. Regarding other concerns such as changes to airflow, wind circulation, heat radiation, and view obstruction, again, I haven't been presented with any planning or expert evidence to evaluate or substantiate these claims. However, I find it difficult to attribute the claims to the variance we're seeking. Regarding ice buildup and falling icicles, I can say that this will not be an issue because the roof of the building is flat and drains into our backyard. Regarding the narrowness of the laneway and garbage and snow removal concerns, I will point out that my setbacks all comply with the bylaw and we are set back from the laneway. I think there was confusion that maybe we were building up to the laneway, but that's not the case. Also, our laneway is unique in that it is wide enough that we have our garbage removal via the lane instead of our front street, and the garbage trucks come all season without incident. In closing, we are of the opinion that our neighbors' complaints are in response to whether or not we should be permitted to build a laneway house and do not respond to the minor variance we're seeking. We are permitted to build a 6.3 meter tall structure, side lot line to side lot line by law, and our front and rear setbacks comply with the bylaw. Thank you. This diagram illustrates that quickly. We believe that our proposal meets the 4 tests of a minor variance, and our site and laneway suite design is unique in ways that allows us to meet the intent of the city's zoning bylaw, NOP, with this variance. The city granted us zoning approval for this proposal, indicating that it complies with their bylaws, save and except now for the variance we seek. The variance we are seeking is minor in size and impact. We have designed the layout of the suite to mitigate any privacy and overlook issues and have shown that there will be no additional shadowing effects. Additionally, a gradual transition of massing will occur between the adjacent rear yard structures at 308 and 306 Wallace Avenue and our proposed laneway suite, and those are the ones that would partially side onto this building. We also have the written support from our immediate neighbors at 168 A and B, and I will point out with regards to the language barrier that his daughter lives with him. She speaks fluent English, and we consulted with them all as in a translating kind of effort. We also have written support, and finally, there is a current and urgent need for rental housing in Toronto. Our proposal is desirable for the appropriate development of the land, contributing to fulfilling the need for high quality rental housing where it's most appropriate and which makes wise use of existing resources. This concludes my remarks. Thank you for your time.
All right, any questions, panel? All right, any comments? Do we have a motion? Yes, sit here.
Thank you, Chair. Just some comments that I'd like to make. I think, I take the applicant's comments to heart that she has the right to build, I suppose. The challenge I find is when I'm looking at the particular configuration of lots, in particular listening to the residents of I believe it's 306. I don't believe we heard from anybody at 308 Wallace, but 306 did a pretty good presentation. One of the difficulties is that it looks like you'll have a massive block, a massing that will cover, it looks like about half their backyard. So for these folks, they would be staring at this rather monolithic structure in the backyard, and I think that for me presents a headache. Airflow, I believe the resident of 304 may not be as impacted, but certainly 306. So I think it's not that the laneway suites are not desirable in this area. I'm sure they are. The laneway certainly can handle it. But I think the impact on the neighbor is of concern to me. So I'm not too sure about supporting this particular application.
Yim?
Okay, I have opposite thoughts because I think there are a lot of claims. I listened to all the claims, and also I must say I agree with the applicant's response to these claims because with airflow, I'm not too sure the little bit of a extended corner without the second floor setback will increase airflow from what direction to what direction. There's no evidence or showing me that is going to happen to obstruct so-called airflow. And I think that if there's any impact, that if you look at the plan, it directly maybe 306 is the most impacted, but they also have a garage in front of them. So in terms of perspective, you obscure from the ground floor anyway. You can't actually see a two-story brick wall or concrete block wall in any real situation. And when we look at this, we have one variance in front of us. It means that most of the other bylaws are in compliance. I think that is still meet the intent of the bylaws of a laneway suite. So I'm in support of it.
Peter?
Thanks, Chair. Just starting off, I want to confirm I'm not related to the applicant, even though I do have a sister, Sarah, but it's Sarah with an H. I think this is a hard application to make a decision on. And I think it was a well-crafted application in terms of the information, how it was provided. And I do think that in terms of the applicant brought up concerns about how the opposition was crafted and combined. I'm quite sure that the people who live on Wallace who are opposed to this would also be opposed to it if it was just as of right and with that 1.5 meter slot taken out. And that's fine, that's their prerogative. But I think what is being proposed is quite close to what's allowed to be built. But I do think that 1.5 meter block does make a difference. And I think the fact that it did come in as an amendment later on, I think it was brought in for these specific instances. And I do think that there is a difference with a 6.3 meter wall versus a wall that steps back at 4.5 and gives at least a little bit of visual change and less of a feeling of overbearance on the lots that come to the south. So I unfortunately don't think I can support this application.
Okay, I agree with Yim that this is that the opposition is really not focusing on what the variance is. They're focusing on the as of right buildings, and if there wasn't, the applicant wasn't required to make this small adjustment, she could have built it without coming to us at all. So I would be in support of this application, but we need a motion, and I won't be able to vote if I create a tie. So is that here? You bring a motion?
Certainly, Chair, just to expedite, I'd like to move a motion to refuse this application.
Okay, seconder, Peter. All in favor of the motion? Okay, 2 to 1, you're opposed, Yim, and I can't vote because it'll make it a tie. The application is refused. Thank you. Number 27, 118 Arundel Avenue, purpose of the application to alter the existing three-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear one-story addition and a rear third-story addition with a balcony. Also to reconstruct the rear ground floor deck. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant, a staff report from planning, 6 form letters in support, and as well as 4 form letters in support. Luca Penzo.
Committee. My name is Luca Penzo from Urban Blueprint at 1109 Queen Street East. I am the designer and agent representing the owners at 118 Arundel Avenue.
Okay, so this is reasonably straightforward. I don't know that we need a presentation. Do you have anything to say to the panel before I take it into committee?
Just that we reviewed the staff report from community planning and we're okay with the recommendation to approve based on the condition that the main walls be constructed in accordance with the plans. And that's really just, yeah, that's the only thing I wanted to add, unless the committee wanted a full presentation.
No, we don't need a full presentation. Okay, panel, any questions? Is that here?
Just a quick one. I'm just trying to get to, I think it's A16 and A17. The balcony at the rear. It doesn't look like they're at 1.5 meters on the sides for privacy issues. Or is it just the one side of the balcony? I can't quite make out. No, it probably.
Sorry, what's the question?
So would you don't have privacy screening on the sides of the balcony on the 3rd floor from what I can see?
No, we don't.
Yeah. So would that be an issue for you if I put that in as a condition?
No, if that's a condition, that's okay.
Thank you.
Through the chair, with respect to the community planning condition, it would be recommended to just clarify or correct the condition instead of saying, stating the main walls of the proposed addition shall be built substantially in accordance with the plans as shown in drawing A16 left side elevation. It should just simply be in accordance with the drawing A16 left side elevation. Plans multiple would imply the entire set of plans.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so any further questions, comments, or do we have a motion? Say here.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move motion to approve with just the conditions that the 3rd floor balcony have screening on the south and north sides to a height of 1.5 meters. I don't believe there are any other conditions attached.
It's a pending condition.
Yeah, the planning provision.
Oh, it's a planning condition. Sorry, I didn't notice that one.
Yeah, that was just mentioned.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I didn't even realize that one. And planning condition, yes.
Okay, seconder, Yim. Okay, all in favor? You have your approval? Thank you. Number 2871 Lyndhurst Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a ground floor front porch with stairs and a rear ground floor terrace. Also to construct a new 1-story ancillary building, a shed. With respect to this application, I have materials submitted by the applicant, email correspondence from Transportation Engineering, and correspondence and concern from 69 Lyndhurst Avenue. Mr. Hill.
Yes.
May we have your name and address for the record, please?
It's Andrew Hill, 360 Dufferin Street.
Okay, so this seems to be relatively straightforward, so we don't need a presentation. Can you Is there anything you want to say to the panel before we take it into committee?
Yeah, just one clarification. On the letter of concern from 69 Markham, the owner has since liaised with them, and it may be in the sort of late submission area of your documentation. There is a letter of support now also from 69 Lyndhurst. So all of their concerns have been alleviated.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Yim?
I have a quick question. Is this already been built? Is it?
No.
Oh, no, but I just got confused of one of the photographs. That's all. I thought that is fully developed, of the photograph of the backyard. That's all.
Yeah, the backyard was done recently by our client, and we're not actually ripping that out. That'll be remaining. It's just the house proper that's being redeveloped, but the kind of backyard from the shed back is actually existing and not being changed.
Oh, so the what is recently built is what's been in front of us, is what's been proposed, right? So the photographs is accurate.
Yeah, maybe I'm not sure what photos. Yeah, like the
this one, yeah, this photograph, yeah.
So so from that sort of hardscape edge, kind of just north of the garage there, let's say, none of that will be touched. So yeah, this is the existing condition is built. So not a lot of changes to landscape.
Well, I just because it's a new build, I thought that everything's new. So
it's quite a long site, so there's no need for us to sort of tear that area up because it's in fine condition.
Yeah, I understand, but the purpose clause is indicating that it's only proposed work. But that anyway, that's my question.
No problem.
Through the chair, can the applicant kindly confirm if they are seeking to relocate the curb cut as part of this application, or if they are using the existing curb cut? I ask in relation to the transportation services memo.
Our intent is to maintain the curb cut.
Through the chair, thank you.
All right, any further questions, panel? All right, any comments? Do we have a motion?
Let me just make a comment, Mr. Chair. I think Yim's question somewhat clarified it, but I was going to draw attention to variants 3 and 4, but I take it that there's nothing really being done to, as far as the landscaping is concerned, that could mitigate downwards. It looks like we've got a situation of maintaining the landscape as is currently. And so that would be difficult to change. Would I be correct? Sorry, that was for the agent.
Mr. Hill?
You had me, sorry, they had me muted. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further comments, or do we have a motion? Peter?
I'm happy to bring a motion. I think that this new development is actually relatively modest in terms of what we see in this neighborhood, and the length variance is only limited to the first floor, so I think that goes to lessen impacts. And I think that the remainder of the variances are minor. I'm happy to move approval with no conditions.
All right, you second that, Zahir?
Yes, sir.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval, thank you. Number 29, 172 Delaware Avenue. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a front two-story addition and a rear one-story addition. There will be 3 dwelling units on this lot. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and correspondence and concern from 170 Delaware Avenue. Mr. Oliveira.
Through you, Chair, Mr. Carlos Oliveira will be listing in. I believe Bonnie Tang is the planner and agent. Bonnie, you have been unmuted.
Thank you. This is Bonnie Tang from Thorstone Consulting Services, PO Box 116 in the Sutton.
Okay, so you have 8 variances. They look reasonably straightforward, but perhaps you could just give us an overview.
For sure. So the proposal is to construct 2 minor additions to the existing triplex. We are proposing a 2-story front addition, with half of that addition being only 1 story. Front addition would only have a total of 13.66 square meters in gross floor area. And the 1-story rear addition is proposed to be only 6.26 square meters in floor area and is to be used as a mudroom. In terms of the max building depth, the current building depth is 23.15 meters, and we are requesting 27.2 meters for the additions. I do want to note that the front additions would only extend out furthest to where the existing porch is, and therefore we believe that the proposed massing of the triplex dwelling does not negatively impact the streetscape nor adjacent neighbors. In terms of the FSI, the current existing FSI is 1.46 times the lot area, and we are proposing 1.53 times the lot area with the new additions. Thank you. I can take any questions that the committee may have.
Yeah, perhaps you can deal with variances number 7 and 8 with no soft landscaping on the property at all.
Yeah, so the property owner purchased this property in 2011, and at the time of their purchase, the site conditions are as is, so there was no landscaping at that time.
Is there any way to improve that situation?
The front area of the site is gravel, and there is currently a covered deck at the rear of the property.
So this front yard is gravel?
Yeah, so it's actually a little overgrown at this time, but that portion right in front of the house is gravel.
Okay, so it's porous.
Yeah.
All right, any further questions?
Thank you for preempting my question, Chair. I do find that always to be problematic. There's major construction happening. Is there absolutely no way to rectify and to improve the situation from what you find it, rather than just leaving it as it is? Requesting zero soft landscaping, especially where there's a possibility of changing that number, is problematic.
Ms. Tang?
We are not proposing additional landscaping at this time. I would need to speak to the owner to see if they're open to landscaping a portion of the front, but there would not be any opportunities for landscaping in the rear of the property due to that raised deck.
Can I make a comment or a question?
Yeah, I think Peter had a question before.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, my question is more, I understand what you're proposing to add on to the house is very small, but the house as it exists is extremely large and extremely long, and I'm wondering why these additions are necessary for a house that's already, what, like 13 meters longer than depth, a longer depth than permitted. Like, why can't this just be contained within the existing shell?
So in terms of the front addition, it is longer than the surrounding buildings. However, the front additions only go up to where the porch is currently now. So from looking from a streetscape, it's not a large change. And in terms of the back would be just used for a mudroom, and which is a relatively small area to the back.
Okay, thanks.
Yim?
I look at your survey where you have in the rear yard, you have a concrete cover patio. So you actually, it means that with the addition, the covered porch is going to be new, right? My
Yes.
question is, are you going to break up some of the existing concrete patio? And I want to know what material is underneath your deck. Is it going to be concrete or what?
In terms of the deck, it is built above ground.
Yes, I know. But then existing in a survey, it says a concrete patio, but obviously it's going to be reconfigured, right? Because you have a raised deck now.
So the raised deck is there previously. So that area, I believe, is just concrete.
So you are building a new deck on top of the concrete deck?
I do believe that the deck will need to be updated as we are proposing that mudroom addition.
Okay, yeah, I see. So you're not proposing any kind of improvement in terms of the surface, the absorbance of the new material. It's going to be concrete underneath the deck, underneath the deck, the new deck?
Yeah, so at this time, we're not proposing any soft landscaping in that location. I do also want to note with the potential for any landscaping in the front of the property, that area you see with the concrete walkway, as well as that area that is kind of overgrown at this time, that's actually not part of the property itself. That's actually in the city's boulevard.
Okay. Any further questions, comments? Do we have a motion?
I can start with a comment. I sort of echo Peter's question. This is a very long house, and I'm not too sure, especially the back addition. I do not understand why you have 3 complete size bedroom in front on the same floor or ground floor, and you still need this much room extension, because I think that it actually, with the extension and no improvement in landscaping, it actually make it even worse. Every time we see this thing, it's very hard for me to agree to a zero soft landscaping proposal.
Yeah, Sahir?
Similarly, I thought that the last 2 variances are ones that I cannot support. So this is one application that I will not support on the basis of those 2 items. And Peter noted quite correctly, it's an extremely long house. You're going to make some changes. It might be well worth making something positive. And I think this doesn't do anything positive.
Peter, did you have comments?
Yeah, just the same thing. I think that this depth is really extreme, I think, to begin with. And so, like Sahir said, that you'd expect there to be material improvements to the lot. There are a lot of different opportunities to work with this house too, in terms of going up another floor and shaving off other parts. So I can't support this either.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong if the applicant wants to add on to the building. I guess that's their prerogative, but they should do so with trying to adhere to the bylaws. They don't seem to be making any effort whatsoever to adhere to any of the bylaws, so I wouldn't support this application either. So do we have a motion? Sahir?
Through the chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move motion to refuse the application.
Seconder? Peter? All in favor of the motion? Application refused. Number 30, 188 Riverdale Avenue. The purpose of the application to construct a one-story ancillary building, a carport, to replace the existing parking pad, as well as an ancillary structure, a storage shed, a ground floor patio with pergola, and a ground floor deck in the rear yard of the existing three-story detached dwelling. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, email correspondence from Metrolinx, a report from planning, and a report from urban forestry. Enzo Locasano.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Enzo Locasano from ArchDWG. I am the applicant, or sorry, I am the agent for this application.
Okay. I don't think we need a presentation, but I think my colleagues and I need an explanation with respect to variance number 1, where you have 18.8% of the rear yard maintained as soft landscaping.
Right. Mr. Chair, we have submitted, or we worked with the planning department to increase that number, which we have submitted revised drawings to planning and to committee of adjustment. That number will be increased to 30%, and you have the square meters there as well.
What? I don't understand what you mean. Okay. So we have the square meters as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I see. Okay. So that was an improvement, and I assume because you were under pressure, that's as good as it can get?
I wouldn't say under pressure. If there is a drawing that we resubmitted, and it was just a matter of manipulating certain areas where, again, we have a deck which, again, has gaps in it, so it is a permeable surface underneath. It was more manipulating the stone areas in front of the barbecue, making them smaller. The walkways basically stayed the same. So we were just able to switch some of the materials rather than the floating stone pads that we had provided, just making them sodded areas instead, and just reducing the size of the stone patio, which he doesn't really require since we have the deck to be used for entertaining, and then the stone patio around the barbecue is just a work area that he'll have. And then obviously the carport that we have in the rear.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? Yim?
Yes, the revised soft landscaping is on your revised site plan. Does it reflect 30%?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
If staff can put it up, it clearly shows that.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any further comments, or do we have a motion? Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I think as amended, this application is defensible. It's a crowded backyard to begin with. But I think in this situation, particularly because the front yard is so big and has so much landscaping, that makes up for some of the rear yard deficiencies. So I move to support this application, move approval with no conditions as amended.
Through the chair, there is urban forestry condition number 2. It was added late in the supplemental materials.
Pardon me, I missed that. So with urban forestry, please.
Okay, Yim, you second that motion? All right, all in favor? Have your approval, thank you. Number 31, 11 Radford Avenue, the purpose of the application to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a second and third-story addition with a new front porch, rear first-story deck, and rear third-story deck. Also to alter the existing ancillary building, the detached garage, by constructing a second-story addition for a new laneway suite within the altered ancillary building. With respect to material, materials supplied by the applicant, correspondence in opposition, three letters of opposition, and further opposition, 4 further letters of opposition. Mr. Dragievsky.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Yes, so we're asking for a deferral on this application.
Yes, can we have your name and your address first?
Yeah, of course. Dragi Dodevsky, 436 Wellington Street West, Unit 603.
Okay, so you're asking for a deferral?
Yes, a deferral to allow us to properly notify the neighbors through proper signage posting, as well as mitigate and discuss any of the concerns that the neighbors have put forward.
So the signs weren't properly posted?
Yes, it would seem that unintentionally they were not sufficiently visible from the street, which triggered a comment from the application technician that we should defer and properly post the sign.
Okay, so I just want to canvass the opposition. Is there anyone in the opposition? Mr. Singh, Mr. Carroll, the Kaznovskis, Abby Bushby, Edmund Fines, Charles Skipper, Frank Malaget, and Neville Malaget. Is there anyone there that opposes a deferral? You can speak up. Okay. No.
I do not oppose a deferral.
Okay, what's your name?
My name is Doug Carroll. I live at 46 Boosted. I am in favor of a deferral.
Okay, thank you. Anyone against the deferral? Okay, panel, do we have a motion? Peter?
Sure, thanks, Chair. I move that the application be deferred to allow for sufficient signage posting and outreach to neighbors.
Okay, seconded by Yim. All in favor? You have your deferral, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is number 32, 250 Markham Street. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1- and 2-story additions. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have email correspondence from planning, and we have opposition from a property on Palmerston and a property on Markham Street. Meng Chen Yu.
And I'm the agent from LHW Engineering at 2347 Kennedy Road, Suite 405, on behalf of the owner at 250 Markham Street to attend the hearing.
Okay. So there is opposition. We need a presentation from you.
Yes. So for this case, we have been to a minor variance the hearing before. I think it's on 2022, and we made some improvements on the proposal. So first thing is that we remove the part of the second floor addition to just reduce the proposed length of the second floor addition. And another thing we made improvement is the rear yard soft landscaping. We just removed the existing shed next to the garage and make that space into soft landscaping. So the percentage of the soft landscaping increased from 10% to 23.5%, which is a great improvement. And also they're concerned about like blocking some shines for neighbors. And we understand that the proposed addition will increase the depth and floor space of the home, but we believe that it falls within the acceptable range of minor variances. And this addition is designed to be in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and we have taken great care to ensure that it will not negatively impact neighboring properties. So as you can see from the aerial view, the properties like number 254, 244, 242, 238, and so on, have the first floor addition, and even some of the second floor extended all the way back. And some of them actually longer than what we are proposing. And in terms of the objections that the neighbor would have regarding the I think the snow load, they're saying like there's some snow accumulation next to the second floor addition, but we conducted some of the snowdrift load calculation and find out that the snowdrift load remain as 1.9 kilopascal since there's an existing second floor addition, second floor, and see the roof slope of the existing first floor addition next to our property. The roof is sloped, so there will not be as much like snow accumulation on the existing roof. And they also mentioned like the 3D model viewing from the back, from the backyard. I think it's the second or third page of this drawing. They're saying it's not the actual condition, but like the 3D model is actually generated based on the actual depth, height of the proposed floor addition. And I think it's pretty much illustrate the actual condition viewing from the back of the rear yard from the neighbor. And to summarize, we think that our proposal is the general intent of the purpose of the official plan and the zoning bylaw is maintained, and we did make some improvements of our proposal. So it's our opinion that for committee adjustment authorities to consider to approve our proposal. Thank you.
Any questions, panel? Yes, here.
Just one. I was looking at the rear, I believe it's the second floor or the third floor deck. Is that existing or is that going to be?
Those are existing. So extended back from the existing deck. Those are the new proposals.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Peter Picheri.
Yes.
Hello.
I'm here.
Yes, can we have your name and
Hello.
your address?
Yes. My name is Peter Picheri, and my address is at 252 Markham Street, which is semi-detached to the property in question. So, a couple things. So the depth will increase from 17 square meters to 24, and the floor space from 136 to 204 square meters. I don't think that's a minor variance. I mean, they're actually increasing the space quite substantially. And I think it's an underestimate since it also includes the unexcavated basement that doesn't exist, and it includes the addition, illegal addition at the back of the house. So if those aren't taken into consideration, the increase in square footage would actually be much more substantial. So the proposed second story will obscure half the vista from the window and cut the amount of light that currently enters the room. And during the winter, it will accumulate quite a bit of snow. Accumulation has been seen at 254. So yes, there's a slope there, but the snow will accumulate, and it could potentially cause water penetration. And there's also the problem of creating a substantial shadow onto a very prolific garden. Now, the applicant says that the neighbor's view is for reference only. So I want to remind the committee that in the last application, they actually didn't have a view from my side. So thank you for doing that, but it still gives the wrong impression. I think the addition is not minor. There's no indication of potential windows or vents. It shows the removal of the existing fence and the construction of the addition on the property line. So I'm still not quite sure as to the actual height of the addition. As far as the excavated basement, it will substantially reduce the availability of soil to absorb a large amount of runoff. And I don't know if their green move for the small patch of grass at the back will actually absorb all that water. There's going to be a lot of water generated on that property. So the applicant's request is for, I quote, to accommodate family members, but the house is used as a rental, and it's also used as an Airbnb. There's a bunch of unrelated people living there. So the proposed layout seems to be generic, and some of the bedrooms are actually smaller than some of the existing ones. And the increase of bathrooms from 4 to 6 also seems to suggest alternative motives. My mother spends a lot of time in the garden, and this will be very stressful for her. So I think, given that the city now is allowing triplexes, I think the applicants would be better off building on top of the existing structure than actually building the addition on the back. But that's up to the committee to decide. So at this point, I'll say thank you to the committee, and I'll wait for your consideration. Thank you.
Any questions, panel? Okay. Ms. Chu?
Yes. So regarding some of the concerns that our neighbors had, so I have addressed the snow load concerns regarding the second floor addition. So I also posted some of the similar constructions nearby. I think it's in another presentation. I think it's in presentation material 2. Yeah. So as you can see, like the second floor addition for the neighboring properties, they also have like the similar kind of constructions next to the first story frame addition. So I don't think snow load will create any like severe impact on our neighbor's roof. And another thing that I would like to point out is that the addition we're proposing will not be used as a rooming house or Airbnb kind of thing. We actually want to minimize any potential impacts on our neighbor's property, and we just want to make sure that we have taken great care to ensure that it is keeping with the scale and character of the neighborhood. And I think I can answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, panel? Any comments? Do we have a motion? Zahir?
Some comments, Chair, if I may. When I look at the site plan, and of course, variance number 2 is asking for an increased length. Relative to both neighbors on both sides of this property, the addition is like a much longer than one would expect. And therefore, even the soft landscaping in the back would be impacted. It seems like it's a bit of an anomaly. In a fairly narrow lot, you've got this very large extension to a building in an area where the properties aren't that lengthy. So I find this one a little difficult to think of in terms of an approval. It seems like that's just an extension a little bit too long. I'm not sure what my colleagues think about it, but I just find that, and I think one of the neighbors might have talked about the fact that they've got this big block on the side.
Peter?
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I remember when this came before the panel last time, and this has been improved significantly, but that's not necessarily saying a lot. The depth, I think, as Zahir raised, is still, I find, excessive. And even though there are several examples of very long lots, very long buildings in this block, I don't think that that's necessarily desirable. I think it's nearly 7 meters beyond what's permitted. And even though it's limited to 1 story, I find that it feels like an overdevelopment of the site.
Yim?
Yeah, I sort of echo some of it because we were I was on the hearing for the last proposal too. It seems that the 80 feet is only from the main wall to the back wall. So if you include the bay window, it's actually the actual building is exceeding even 80 feet. I'm not too sure that is in terms of function. Otherwise, other than just dividing the house into different parts, why you need it that long? And I think that it's an improvement from last time, but I still have difficulty supporting the depth of this building.
Actually, the property owners just want to add like 2 more bedrooms. We can.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're in committee now. You're not permitted to speak. All right. So does somebody have a motion? Zahir?
Thank you, Chair. I'll move a motion to refuse the application.
A seconder, Peter? Yep. All in favor? Application is refused. Thank you very much. Got to move on to the next one, number 33. There it is, came up. All right, number 33, 20 Geoffrey Street. Purpose of the application to construct a new 1-story ancillary building, detached garage in the rear yard abutting the laneway. The existing garage will be demolished. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Mr. Cood, can we have your name and your address, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's Michael Coudet, 20 Geoffrey Street, Toronto, Ontario, M6R1P3.
Okay, so this is straightforward. I don't think we need a presentation. Anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
The proposal is to maximize the allowable width of the garage, to utilize space between myself and my neighbors. Most new garages in the neighborhood are built property line to property line. I'm seeking slightly less than that, but more than the bylaw permits, to update my 100-year-old garage. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Yim?
I have a motion.
Pardon?
No question.
No
Sorry.
questions. Okay. Do you have a motion?
Yes. I thought it makes a lot of sense what they do, and just it is what it is. They build, lot line to lot line. So I move for approval with no conditions.
All right, seconder. So here, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. Okay. Number 34, 270 Westmoreland Avenue. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear third-story addition with a third-story deck, new side exterior stairs leading to the first and second stories, and a new rear first-story deck. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and one form letter in support. Mr. Dom?
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owners.
Okay, so there are a couple people who want to speak. One is in support, one is in interest. Just in case the interest turns out to be oppositional, perhaps you could give us a brief presentation.
Yes. The proposal before you is for rear additions to an existing 3-story semi-detached dwelling to provide a comfortable and desirable living space, including a secondary suite. For a little bit of background, the owners are two families who, as first-time homebuyers, have co-purchased 270 Westmoreland Avenue. Co-owning together has allowed them to buy their first home in a time when the market has become increasingly unaffordable. The additions will allow both families to have enough space for all members of their households to accommodate their family livability needs going forward, and it would afford them the flexibility to stay for the foreseeable future and invest in the school, neighborhood, and community which they have recently joined and love. There are two variances requested here, and I'd like to point out that the secondary suite is entirely as of right. Variance number 1 refers to the proposed depth of 18.35 meters. This is mitigated by the fact that this pertains to the first and second story, whereas the third story is designed to be significantly stepped back under the bylaw at just under 13 meters in depth. The rear wall does not extend significantly further than the rear walls of the neighboring dwellings. The additions are also significantly stepped in from the side lot line compared to the existing portion of the dwelling. The width of the existing portion of the dwelling is 4.82 meters, while the rear addition is reduced to a width of 3.93 meters, and are therefore not requesting any variances pertaining to setbacks for the dwelling deck or balcony. Variance number 2 refers to the proposed FSI of 0.87. The existing dwelling is 0.68, and the additional space is necessary to comfortably accommodate the rear bedroom and study. The front of the dwelling is being maintained, so there is no impact from the streetscape. The requested FSI is also significantly less than 11 dwellings in the neighborhood approved for FSIs over 1.0, 5 of those on Westmoreland Avenue. Finally, planning has no concerns with the application, and the owner has had discussions with both adjacent neighbors. We have the letter of support on file from number 268 Westmoreland, and the neighbor at 272 Westmoreland has said they have no objections to the application. Overall, we do feel this application is quite reasonable and minor in nature and offers a gentle increase in density. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, panel? Okay. Yes, Sahir?
Just one related to the I believe it's the second or the third floor deck. Are both sides exposed, or is one side up against the neighboring house? Because I'm just wondering about overlook and privacy screening on either side.
I don't believe that it's blocked by the neighboring dwelling. And we would be open to privacy screening.
Thank you kindly.
Yes, Yim?
Just a very quick one. You did mention the ownership of the property. Is it still remaining designed as a single-family housing or have multiple units? I just, when I look at the plan, I'm not too sure. That is
There
the
would
right.
be, there's a secondary suite. The smaller basement and main floor is that's one unit, and the second is the second and third floor.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thomas Woodhall?
Thomas?
I'm just a neighbor a few doors south. I'm just speaking in support of the application.
Mr. Woodhall, could you give us your full name and your address for the record?
Oh, sorry, I did. I think I might have been muted. 264 Westmoreland Avenue, Thomas Woodhall. So I'm a resident. My wife and I live just a few doors south of the site, and speaking in support of the application. We're really excited to see improvements to the neighborhood like this. The families that have moved in are delightful, and we're really happy to have them in the neighborhood. And we think that, you know, as area residents, these modifications are relatively minor, and if they improve the livability and the ability for the families to stay for the long term in the neighborhood, then we're very much in support.
All right, thank you, sir. Catherine McRae? Pardon? Okay. Do we have her? Okay. We don't know whether she was in opposition anyhow. Maybe she just wanted to observe. We don't know. Okay. All right, Mr. Dome, since the only person that spoke was in support, we don't need to come back to you to rebut anything. So we're going directly to into committee. Committee, do you have any questions, comments, or do you have a motion? Yim.
Well, I consider this is quite a good proposal, and also there are two variances in front of us, and I think that it's quite reasonable what they have asked here, and I have no problem supporting this. And if there are any other comments, I'd like to move for approval with no conditions.
So here, are you seconding the motion?
I would, Yim, would you be okay just to add the privacy screening on the deck? On the north and south
yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah. Well, do you know where it is?
north and south sides, third floor.
Okay.
Third floor
I will
unit.
do that. Yeah. All right.
All right. So she, Yim has amended her motion. You second the amended motions here,
yes.
And we are all in favor. Peter? Yeah. Okay. Everybody's in favor. All right. Next.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next, number 3591 Drayton Street. Purpose of the application to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second-story addition with a rear balcony, a front ground floor covered porch, and a rear ground level deck. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and a report from Urban Forestry. Mr. Crane.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Crane?
Yes?
All right, can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Craig Crane, 10 Benson Drive.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. It seems straightforward. Do you have anything to say to the panel before we go into committee?
Well, I don't think so. I think we've submitted our material. We believe we're being respectful to the streetscape and the physical character of the neighborhood, and that our proposal has in line with the intent of the OP and the zoning bylaw.
All right, so I just noticed that variance number 5 with respect to soft landscaping is 36% rather than 75. Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, so we have put soft landscaping in the front. We have a 6-foot wide front stair. We could have met the requirement on the north side, but we analyzed the stormwater drainage in that area and found that if we did put that material there, it would divert stormwater and it might have an impact. So we chose to go this way.
Chose to what?
We chose to go with what we presented to minimize impact of stormwater.
So you minimize the soft landscaping to minimize the impact of?
No, on the north side, there's a concrete water flow there.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, so we couldn't really add any more soft landscaping.
So, okay. So, panel, do you have any other questions? Yes, Sahir.
There's a balcony on the second floor at the back.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any screening attached to that? I don't see any privacy screening.
No, we didn't show that, but we can certainly add it.
Thank you.
We're willing to do that.
Okay. Any further questions, comments? Do we have a motion? Sahir?
Thank you, Chair. I'll move a motion to approve. There are a couple of conditions. One is, I believe, forestry 3, and then it says ×1. The other piece is on the second floor balcony, privacy screening to be applied on, I believe it's the north and south sides.
All right. Do we have a seconder? Peter? All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 36, 28 Caroline Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story townhouse dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition, a 3rd story addition, and rear decks on the ground, 2nd and 3rd levels. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, reports from Community Planning and Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, and opposition from 30 Caroline Avenue. Mr. Benzikovsky.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee.
So there is some opposition. First of all, we need your address.
Yeah, Jonathan Benskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Yeah, okay. So you better give us a brief presentation because there is opposition.
Sure, if we could just go to the site plan, I'll start there and maybe address where the addition is being appropriated in terms of the decks itself. So in what we're actually proposing is essentially a 0.96 meter addition to the existing first floor. The decks that are proposed on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are all proposed to be built in line with that existing side yard setback to the north. What we see here is we see the appropriations of those decks being the 2nd floor deck being recessed back with that rear wall, and then the 3rd floor deck being recessed back
from that rear wall. In terms of the variance for the front deck, the actual deck is being reduced in size. Now, in size, I mean in actual width, not in depth. So that front yard setback would be maintained from what is there on the property. Right now, it is similar to what is existing to the south at number 26, which is essentially, call it a lot line to lot line deck. The reduction in the size of the deck is triggering the platform variance number 2. In terms of the depth itself, again, the existing dwelling itself is 15.58. That addition of 0.96 meters is only on the first floor. If we could now go to one of the side additions, please, or the side addition, we'll see how the decks have been stepped back. And also, we are okay with the planning condition of privacy screening. We did speak with them regarding that. Yeah, right there is perfect. So what we see here is, again, that first floor is just a 0.96 meter addition. The second floor is set back 3.63 meters or 11 foot 11, with the third floor being set back an additional 3.22 meters or 10 foot 7. So if we look at where those decks are appropriated to those adjacent dwellings, that third floor deck itself is actually built behind the walls of the adjacent dwellings to the north and the south. Additionally, being the R district, this is the most permissible of all the districts that actually permits this number of decks. So important to remember, the request is not for the size or the number of the deck, but actually the location of it to the side yard. And where it's being proposed is in line with the existing side walls of the dwelling. And again, any impact is mitigated by 2 things. One being the installation of the privacy screening, the second being how they're stepped back and where they are in relation to the dwellings to the north and the south. It is not, again, the number of decks or the size of the deck. It is actually the request for the setback of the deck, which again is being proposed built in line with the dwelling. To go over the addition itself, the actual second floor is losing a modest 1.21 square meters. What is driving the FSI is essentially the addition of that third floor, which is 45.2 meters. There is no request for height. And again, as we saw on that side elevation, where that third floor is appropriated in relation to those dwellings to the north and the south would mitigate any impact from that addition. And I guess I'll address any concerns of the neighbors once we hear them.
Okay. Any questions, panel? Okay. Michael Bell and Sandra Monkovich.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, it's Michael Bell and Sandra Monkovich here. We live at 5 Frater Avenue in East York, and we're the owners of 30 Caroline Avenue.
Okay.
So I guess I'll get into some of my concerns with what we've seen here. I guess first of all, I've sort of thought 3 decks seems a bit unnecessary, but in particular that that second floor deck, it's, you know, the bottom of that deck is going to be 12 feet above ground roughly, and it extends 12 feet alongside and into our backyard. We have a 6-foot fence, so it's basically 6 feet above our fence. And it's a large deck, a 12-foot deck. It's not a balcony, so to me, it's kind of like more of a party deck. You've got people standing there looking directly into our yard and right above our fence, because it's you know, what is it, 7 centimeters from the property line, so it's right there, which I find very intrusive to the privacy in our backyard. The third floor deck, which I do appreciate that it's set back. However, our one concern with it is just where we're highlighting with the cursor. If you look at our wall, right beside that, we have a bathroom wall on our second floor that's basically sort of right in just to the right edge of that wall. And that's directly into the main shower and bathtub in our bathroom. I'd understood that at least any new construction or buildings, you weren't permitted to put windows or add new windows to sidewalls between buildings. Now this is a deck, which is kind of one step further than that. Now, I understood he said there would be privacy screening. I don't know how high that would be and how translucent or opaque it would be, but I don't think it would prevent people from looking right down into the bathroom window or right into our backyard. So those are a couple of concerns we have with those two decks, especially that second floor one. As I say, it's looking right over our yard.
Entire thing.
So I guess another thing is just a concern with things being this more permanent structure now and close to the property line. Our current fence is set back a fair amount into our yard. I hope this doesn't preclude us from any future building or future, expansion or widening of our own backyard, because they're only 7 centimeters from the property line. Even if we want to maintain, our current fence, it's not necessarily a lot of space to get in there and do any maintenance on it. So that is a concern that I have as well. Another one was with regards to the front porch. I do appreciate that he said that it would be narrower than what's there now. It was very difficult for me to understand from the plans. I went out and took some measurements, and there's a certain dimension from pillar to pillar, but underneath both porches, there's, and in particular our porch at 30 Caroline, we have storage. And we keep things like the lawnmower and other things that basically the spacing between the openings underneath the porch where it's sort of walled off right now is 53 inches, and that's exactly the length of the lawnmower. So you can just barely get it in and underneath as it is right now. So I just had some concerns if it was going to be a solid wall that was exactly in line with the current building structure. If you zoom in right there above the green bin in that photograph, you might be able to see what I mean. But anyways, you can still kind of see there, just to the right of the green bin, you can see the edge of the wall of the main structure. It sticks out about 1.5 bricks. So the porch is actually in about 1.5 bricks from the exterior of the building. And that space, we'd hate to lose that space to be able to access storage underneath our porch. That way, if we can't store large items, then it means we're going to have to, find somewhere else to store these things. Like, put a shed in our backyard or something, and the yards aren't that large. So that's I guess some of my main concerns. I think everything else that we may have been concerned with is in our submission that we had already posted. So
we are concerned with the lowering of our property value to either tenants or buyers, given the intrusiveness of these decks at the back. Our entire backyard in its entirety is on display. That's not going to make anybody feel comfortable, and we're not going to get buyers or tenants that we are looking for.
Hello, can you give us your name and your address, please?
Apologies, I thought he told Sandra Monkowich, 30 Caroline.
Or 5 Freighter, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Benzikovsky.
Yeah, I'll address the front porch first. The location of the front porch as it relates to the dwelling at 30 is to remain unchanged. It's actually being reduced in width to the south. So where, if you would like to, we can zoom in on the existing. Yeah, we can see it there. So that 1.5 bricks that the individual was talking about is to be maintained. There is no reduction to that. It's just because of the rebuilding of the deck is triggering it. In terms of the concern of the balconies are permitted. The size of the balconies are permitted. The number of balconies are permitted. What we're here to request is the setback of the balconies on the second and the third. So again, the overlook is contemplated in the bylaw by permitting the size of these balconies as well as the location of the balcony. It's the setback that we're here to request. That setback, again, is built in line with the existing dwelling, the existing dwelling on the first floor, as well as the second floor, in fact, because there is no addition there. So in terms of the impact, in my opinion, would really be the same from building it in line or setting it in to the required side yard setback of 0.9 meters. Again, the size of the deck is permitted, the number of decks are permitted, the projection of the decks are permitted. It's just the side yard setback that's not permitted. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
All right. Any questions, panel? Okay. Yes, Peter.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. The community planning was recommending privacy screening on the third-story balcony on the north side, but I thought from your presentation that was inset, and the bigger issue is the second floor balcony. Can you comment on the potential for screening where you see it could be necessary?
Yeah, we would be happy for the screening on the second and the third. That wouldn't be an issue at all for us.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Any further questions, comments, a motion? Yes, Peter.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to the neighbors for their concerns. I think that the letter was well written and laid out the concerns in a clear way. But I do feel that what's being requested is quite minor, and I think that with screening on the second and third balconies, that negative impacts can be minimized. So I move approval of the application, subject to there being screening on the second and third floor balconies in the rear on the north and south sides.
Is it here? You second that motion?
Yes.
All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 37, 62 Fennings Street. And the purpose of the application is to construct a new 3-story semi-detached dwelling with an integral garage, a rear first-story deck, front and rear basement walkouts, and a rear third-story balcony. There will be one secondary suite within the basement. Also to construct a new 2-story ancillary building, detached garage, with living accommodation within the second story. A bridge will connect the second story of this ancillary building to the rear second story of the main dwelling. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, staff reports from urban forestry and community planning, 16 signature petition in support, and correspondence in opposition from 60 Fennings Street. Nicholas DeSenza.
Actually, Duncan
Is
Patterson.
that my
Hello?
colleague Duncan Patterson, architect, has a muted voice, so he might be difficult to hear, but he's going to begin the presentation.
Who's that?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm Duncan Patterson, 293 Wallace Avenue.
I'm Nicholas DeSenza, 32 Princess Anne Drive in Georgetown.
All right, who's going to speak?
I'm going to speak first, and if my voice actually just gives out on me, then Nicholas will take over.
Yeah, Mr. Patterson and Mr. DeSenza, 5 minutes for both of you. Not each,
Okay.
but 5 minutes altogether. Go ahead.
Understood. Thank you, Chair. Our application is to tear down a very old, very ugly building and construct a new building to house both of my clients' lives and their work. We believe that our application is appropriate to its siting at the very northeast of the block, opposite a park. We think our application is in keeping with the changing nature of the neighborhood, so close to Queen Street and Ossington Street. And it will allow my client, a couple of creative professionals, to stay in the neighborhood. I put together the slide deck to go through all of the individual variances if you'd like me to go through it. Okay, I will. So on the next page, the first variance actually was removed already by the zoning examiner. Second variance, just the variance that says that side wall has to be lower than the maximum height. And that's basically to, put people in a position where they have a pitched roof. And I don't think that's appropriate for this site. I don't think it makes sense. Next page. The permitted depth, we're only looking for 1.6 meters. And the reason is because we don't want to have to tear up the neighbor's wall to put a post down. We like to put it just beyond the neighbor's wall, so we can put a new footing underneath. Very minor. Next page. For the FSI, I mean, there's just lots of examples in the neighborhood of people who've gone well over the FSI. And I think in order to house both living accommodations as well as the writing studio and the photography studio for my clients, I think it makes sense. Next page. So yeah, the front yard setback, we're actually maintaining the existing front yard setback. And the variance is minor and has lots of precedence. Next page. Side yard setback. On the side yard, we're actually, the current building is actually encroaching over the property line. We're actually bringing the building back onto our property. So we're actually improving the situation. If we were to bring it back a full 3 feet, I mean, the property is only 16 feet wide. There's just no way that would ever work. Next page. So for the exterior stairs question, we have exterior stairs going to the basement for the secondary suite. And we have another exterior stair that's on the property line. My understanding is that the one next to the property line actually really should be exempt as a permitted encroachment because exterior access to a building on a semi-detached house is usually allowed. But the zoning examiner had a different opinion. Also, I think it's trying to move that stair 2 feet in from the property line is unrealistic. Next page. Soft landscaping. The zoning examiner decided to take the very front of the building rather than the front main wall as the the ground floor rather than the main wall as how they defined the front yard, and so the calculation totally got thrown off. By my calculation, if you use the main wall, front main wall, which is cantilevered out, then you actually get 100%. Okay, next page. And for the soft landscaping in the backyard, variance is minor, has a lot of precedent, as you can see in our diagram there. And again, if the backyard area was calculated from the main back wall, which is the cantilevered back wall, then it's actually, the percent landscaping is actually a lot higher than it seems like. Could I get accommodations because of my voice for length? Mr. Chair?
Yes?
Can I talk for a little bit longer because I'm having a hard time talking?
Well, we have a hard time understanding you, so go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
All right.
Are you able to hear anything I'm saying at all?
No, yes, yeah, we're doing okay, I think.
All right, okay, we're almost there. So yeah, this is the side yard setback. Obviously, 6 inches of side yard landscaping isn't helping anybody. Next page. And more broadly, to deal with the soft landscaping, we actually have a water collection strategy. And so we're actually going to be capturing the vast majority, 93% of the rainwater that falls on the site, we are going to be capturing and using. My plants have an extensive indoor plant collection, and they'll be using it for irrigation. Next page. The zoning examiner decided that the writing studio, which is really a writing studio for my client who's a writer, counted as living accommodation. We provided a declaration of use, and you are allowed to have a bathroom as of right. So I think we need this variance in order to proceed. Even if I don't think it should be a variance. Next page. Okay, so yeah, this is the same thing with the garage. So with the garage, the existing garage is way over the property line in two directions. We're actually pulling it back onto the property line. And the required setbacks are unrealistic for this site, which is a very tight sort of downtown site. Next page. As for the max height of this building, because we're in that northeast spot on the lot across from a park, we're actually part of the garage is actually part of the streetscape. So I think that the height of our building actually makes a lot of sense, sort of in terms of that streetscape. Next page. And then there's a bunch of variances that have to do with the exit stair. I won't get into that. Next page. Yeah, there you can see the exit stair coming out from the photography studio. This is basically to give people access to the photography studio rather than having to go through my client's house. Next page. This is the ancillary building lot coverage. I mean, we need that area simply to park a car. Next page. Okay, that's all. Thank you so much for abiding and listening to my voice.
Okay, any questions, panel? Yes, here.
Just to the agent, are you aware of the planning staff report that the committee refused the application?
Yes, I'm aware.
Thank you.
Would you like me to speak to it, or?
Yeah, you want to speak?
Yeah, okay. So basically, planning thinks that the mass of the building is too monolithic. They think that it's not appropriate to the scale of the buildings in the neighborhood. I think that's a matter of opinion. If you look around the neighborhood, there's actually a lot of buildings that are 3 stories, a lot of houses that are 3 stories. And if you look at the way we designed the side of our property, the side of our house, you'll see that it's actually broken up into a series of different masses in order to emulate the scale of multiple houses. And with regard to the soft landscaping, I mean, I think that I think we've adequately addressed that with the rainwater collection strategy. I'm not sure why planning decided to ignore that.
Okay. Nelson Pereira.
Oh, hi, good afternoon. My name is Nelson Pereira. I live at I reside at 60 Fennings Street. I'm the neighbor directly to the south. We share a party wall.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay. So I have a couple of concerns that the new structure of the home will overshadow my home and my backyard, negatively impacting my vegetable garden and my 30-plus-year-old grapevine, like causing it to not grow, and it'll be taken away from the quality of life as well, removing any privacy, as the walkway and the stairway between the ancillary building and the house is like at such a high elevation, overlooking my backyard. And so the front porch, I'm okay with that. The only issue is the soft landscaping at the front. There is none. It's currently like a cement walkway there. And if they're going to be renovating, should they not like facilitate creating some soft landscaping there? And sorry about that. So once again, everything for myself is with regards to overshadowing my backyard and potentially killing off my grapevine and not allowing my vegetable garden to grow. With regards to the ancillary building, once again, being 2 stories high, it will overshadow my backyard and negatively impact me like that. As well, the garage itself, that house back in, I believe it was the late 70s or mid 70s, lost right to use of that laneway, but because that garage was built without a permit. So the way that they plan on pulling into that garage, they're going to use the right of way from that laneway that they've lost right of way to. And why does it have to be so large in comparison to the existing garage? And the other thing I've got a problem with is my backyard, about 1/3 of my backyard sits at a lower grade than my neighbor's backyard. And as it is right now, a lot of water runoff comes onto my property. Now with them not having it very much soft scaping in the back, I'm concerned that I'm going to have a lot more water coming towards my property. Also, I'm concerned because we share a party wall, the structural damage that's potentially going to incur on my foundation, as these houses are quite old, and I'm sure the underpinning back then was not what it is today. Hello.
All right, Mr. Pereira, do you have anything more to say?
I have a question to him. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I got a question. If you're finished, I can ask the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
Okay, my
Sorry,
question is, you mentioned that the garage is already built. Is it a 2-story structure they already built?
No, only a single story structure.
Oh, so but it's new. You see.
Sorry.
It's a new structure. It's as big as what is shown on the plan. Because the existing one is small.
The existing structure is about half the size of it. If you look at the site plan A0.1, where the proposed 2-story garage is, you see the outline of the existing structure.
Yeah, the dotted one, right? So it's existing, and then they already built the new one.
Yeah. That's a single car garage. That dotted line structure, and they're almost doubling the footprint.
Oh, they already built a new one.
No.
Oh, then okay, I see. The proposed is doubling. I see what you're trying to tell. I misunderstood.
So not only are they doubling the footprint, but they're also going 2 stories up.
Understand. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, Mr. Patterson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of what Mr. Barrera had to say had to do with shadows, and we are to the north of his building. So we will not be casting any shadows on his property, causing any damage to his grapevines or his vegetable garden. Excuse me again. As for the front yard soft landscaping, I think he's thinking about the right of way at the front of the house, which we will absolutely have no problem planting some soft landscaping there. That's not a problem at all. There's just not much room on our quite limited site to put soft landscaping at the front. And as I say, we are getting what we can at the front there.
Jordan.
Hello?
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 So, I mean, and as for the garage, Mr. Barrera mentioned something about not having access to the right of way at the back of the property, but legal records show that there is a right of way, a legal right of way there, giving access for cars to park into the garage on an angle.
Through the chair, it appears that there is another resident that is on the line to speak. If we can give them that opportunity.
Okay. Do we have a name?
Hello.
Hi, Lauren Bornstein. You have been unmuted. Can you state your name, address, and such as per the chair? Thank you.
Yes, hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. My name is Lauren Bornstein. I'm the owner of 56 Fenning Street.
Okay.
Yes. You able to hear me?
Yep, we heard.
Yes.
Go ahead.
56, yeah, I think this is just a classic case of overdevelopment. The lots, I'm able to hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Mr. Bornstein, go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. Hi. So yes, I think that this is just a classic case of overdevelopment. The lot size is, I believe, 16 by 97, and they've got, 20 variances here in regards to setbacks, doors. They want a front door, a back door, a basement apartment with a front door, a back door, an ancillary structure that looks more to me like a laneway house. And my biggest concern is this bridge that's 10 feet in the air connecting the ancillary house to the main house. I've never seen this anywhere in the city of Toronto, and I think could be setting a terrible precedent. If this is approved, I'll make the same application to do the same. And if you have bridges going all along the streets, I think it's going to be a big problem for the future development in Toronto. They're asking for, side setback variances, rear setback variances, lot coverage variances. This building looks like something that should be on, Bloor Street or Ossington. They said it's in the neighborhood, but it's on a small residential street. This isn't, Queen Street. This isn't Ossington. And this development is just way too aggressive for the street. There's no landscaping, whatsoever. And the distance between the ancillary building and the actual building looks like it's about 14 feet or so from what I can see. And they've got a giant bridge going across from the second story to their ancillary building. It looks like something out of an amusement park, not a proper proposal. The ancillary building that they're talking about using as a writing studio, they have a full bathroom in there with a shower. I don't see the reason for that in a writing studio, and it looks to me like they're trying to, put a laneway house and call it an ancillary building and start using this as a giant office that they're going to be having people work in and out of, which isn't, isn't residential zoning.
Do you have anything else to say, Mr. Bornstein?
No, that's everything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Patterson?
Yeah, I want to thank Mr. Bornstein for his comments. I guess the main point that he was making is that it's overdeveloped. I mean, I very much feel like this is the direction that this neighborhood is going. There's lots of quite big, massy buildings in the neighborhood. And with regard to our he called it a massive bridge. It's really, it's the scale of a fire escape. You see them all over the city. Like these little black metal fire escapes. It's the same kind of thing. Except for it's being used to access the photography studio and the writing studio. As for the shower, I mean, that's a convenience for our client. We happily take out the shower from the writing studio. Yeah, I mean, if it comes to it, we can also take out the exterior stair to the photography studio if that was absolutely necessary. But I don't think it's such a big ask. That's why it's a minor variance that we're asking for the committee.
Okay. Is that it, Mr. Patterson?
Yep.
Okay.
Through the chair, can the applicant also confirm for the record that they are amending this application and removing variance number 1 from their public hearing notice?
It was actually the zoning examiner that removed that variance.
Correct, but through the chair, the public hearing notice that was sent out
We don't need to ask for it, no, because it doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, so to confirm for the record, you are amending this application and removing variance number 1.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? Yes, Yim?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Actually, there are a lot of questions, but I just want to point out two. Variance number 9, the required soft landscaping is 25%, and you're proposing 1.7. I just want to know what reason you think that is good planning to have just 1.7 soft landscaping. That's one question. The second question, from the perspective of your neighbor at number 60, the bridge, I think it's convenient for you, but from his perspective, is it good planning?
You're asking me if it's good planning.
Yeah, from your, if you were the neighbor on number 60, you have this so-called bridge is for the convenience of number 62. I agree. But when you're planning this, have you considered the impact you create on your next door neighbor? That they would love to have this bridge overlooking the backyard?
I think it's no different than what you see all over the city. People have fire escapes in the back of their houses. I mean, at least in the downtown area, this is at say Ossington and Queen. That's very common. People also have lots of roof decks in the neighborhood. I don't think that is. I don't think it's bad planning. No, I don't. I think that it's a dense urban neighborhood. And
fire escape is not on the same. You are not arguing on the same level. Fire escape is required or is necessary, but this is only a convenient bridge, right?
Yeah, it's a convenient bridge. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So that you answer me. You give me the answer for that. And also, what about the soft landscaping? What do you think? 1.7% is a good planning strategy.
Well, I think that number is very deceptive. I think that 1.7 is very deceptive because it doesn't count. It counts the part of the yards that are actually underneath the cantilevers, which If you had a canopy, you wouldn't be counting the part underneath the canopy as part of the yard landscaping. In our case, they've decided to calculate it underneath our cantilevers, so that increases the yard area and decreases the percent that we are making soft landscaping. The other thing is, so we have a wood deck that like water's gonna pass through. I don't quite understand why wood decks don't count as soft landscaping. And we have pavers that again, water's gonna pass through that. So I don't agree that this is a problem. Oh, and that's right. And as per the convenience bridge, it's just a way to get to the second floor. It's not like a hangout spot. People aren't going to be like partying out there or anything. This is just on a very tight lot. How we're trying to accommodate sort of the changing nature of work for our clients. They like, as per the changing nature of how we all work. I can see you guys are at home, or at least not you, Chair. But everyone works from home. If you're a photographer, then that means having a photography studio. If you're a writer, that means having a writing studio.
Zahir?
Just a quick question. I'm looking at the site plan that's being shown right now. And the dashed line, is that the existing, the outline of the existing garage?
Yes, that's correct.
So the garage is intended to be almost double the size from what I can see on the site plan, is that correct?
Yeah, more or less. But you have to think about it in terms of the scale of it too. It's not a very big garage relative to the size of garages. The current garage is really a shed that my client has to very, very, very carefully squeak their car into. It's like, and then like they can't open the doors fully when they're in the parking spot. In order to actually fit a car, like in an actual like city defined parking spot in this garage, it needs to be that size.
Thank you.
Okay. Panel, do you have any other questions? Peter?
Thanks, Chair. To the applicant, just given the agent, given the deficiency in soft landscaping, did you consider a green roof on top of the garage as part of your mitigation strategy?
We did consider and would be happy to do that.
Okay, thanks.
All right. So, you have any other comments? Okay, so my comment is I think this is a fantastic project, but I'm not sure that it complies with any bylaw. Every soft landscaping is either 1.7 or 0, and there seems to be some concrete drainage or something. I don't know. That may help, but it's still not soft landscaping. Everything's oversized. I think that it negatively affects the neighbor. But listen, it may be the future, but it certainly doesn't seem to be the present, because I'm not sure it complies in any respect with any bylaw. So Zahir?
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad you said that. I'm looking at its drawing A2.3, and it's a longitudinal, proposed longitudinal section. The reason I asked also about the garage is if you're expanding the garage, it reduces possibility of soft landscaping in the back. But just looking at this section, it gives the impression of a very massive structure. So massing becomes an issue. That's the one. Given the location of this particular property, I get the sense that there hasn't been any thought to even stepping the upper floors back I understand that the owners want to work from the space, but you've got now a photography studio plus a writing studio, maybe a yoga studio next. But this is it's overdevelopment, as one of the people in opposition suggested. It may be appropriate for other locations, but certainly in this particular spot, I think it's far too much. I wouldn't be supporting it.
Yim?
Well, I just go back to my comment about the convenient bridge. I think that it makes almost no attempt at any kind of sympathy they have for the next door neighbor. It's a massive house. If you can also always have a little stair that goes to the studio space, which is part of maybe the structure. And by doubling the garage and increasing the height and to put another studio on top, I think the whole idea is good to have work live space, but this seems to be like two commercial units adding to a residential unit. That's my comment, and also I think accumulatively this is overbuilt.
Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I agree. I really like the idea of this application. I think it has great ingredients, but I do think that it's too much program on too little of a site, and nothing's giving. I think you could shrink down certain rooms or types of spaces to get that combination of uses, but I think it's trying to have everything at the same time without making sacrifices on space and without fully kind of recognizing the impacts on neighbors. Like I have issues with the catwalk as well, and the green space. I think those would really need to be addressed. So I can't support it either.
Okay, so can we have a motion? Yes, Yim.
Okay, I do not like to do that, but I would like to make a motion to refuse this application, and I think they should sort of tighten it up, but maybe we will see it again. Yeah.
Okay, Zahir, you second the motion. All in favor? Application is refused. Thank you, sir. Okay, so number 38, 241 Bedford Road. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing three-story apartment building by constructing a rear north three-story addition, a fourth-story addition, a front terrace with exterior stairs, front balconies, a front and rear rooftop terrace. In total, there will be 9 residential dwelling units. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from Transportation Engineering, a report from Urban Forestry, and a staff report from the Manager Policy, Strategic Initiatives Policy and Analysis. We have correspondence in support from 33 DuPont Street, correspondence in opposition from 214 Bedford, and from the Annex Residents Association, and from 50 Chicora, and from 35 Chicora. Adrian Latavsky.
Yes, I am here, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Great. So yes, by way of introduction, I am Adrian Latavsky. I am the land use planning consultant here speaking on behalf of the application and the applicant. Company is Johnston Latavsky Limited. Our list is 235 Lakeshore Road West in Oakville.
Okay, so we need a presentation from you, sir, because there's some opposition.
Of course. Perhaps then I could ask you to the most recently revised drawings and just the first page of that, dated May the 10th. There's just go up another page. There you go. We'll just start there. Okay, so I assume has my clock started, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It has. Goodness. Okay. So this application, what it's all about, it's about the sensitive reuse of an existing apartment building that has been on the site since 1910. It's been there for over 100 years. It was originally designed as a 3-story, 6-unit apartment building, and then some years later was renovated to become a rooming house, and that use was maintained up until about, I believe, 2015, when the license was expired, and the building has remained vacant since. And so what you see in the picture here is the building itself. It's the 3-story building, and then the only real changes and additions that are being proposed as part of this development is what you can see is a small 4th story or smaller 4th-story addition set back at the top. Would be now a rooftop terrace that would serve that upper floor. And then what you see also in the black structure on the east is the replacement an existing series of balconies and a main floor patio, as well as a fire escape. So it's the reconstruction of that element into the new balconies and patio and fire escape that you see there. And just at the back of the building on the left-hand side, which you can't quite see in this image, but I'll show you in the image on the site plan, is a very small, modest addition or expansion at that back end there to operate a revised and improved fire escape at the back, as well as to allow some of the internal layouts of the units to work more properly. So at the end of the day, what you'll have is a 4-story apartment building with 9 units. So now if I could ask you to advance a couple of pages to the site plan. Perfect, right there. You could just stay there, and I'll just leave it there for now. So really what you can see in this image here is the gray shaded area, which is the footprint of the building. And what I want to point out is that it pretty much occupies most of the existing site today. And that is outlined, the property lines are in a thicker black line that forms the outline of the existing property. And in a hatching on the left-hand side, you can see the expansion to the west, or that would be actually to the north. And so that is the one expansion that you see there. And the other hatching is the footprint, new 4th story on top. And then there are, as I mentioned, at the front of the building facing Chikora Avenue would be the replacement of the existing balconies and the ground floor patio, as well as the fire escape. So what we're dealing with is an existing building that really fills the vast majority of the site today. And an important point I want to make, not so much really for your benefit, members of the committee, but also for the benefit of the local residents, is why this existing building is so important, is that it's about the concept of a legal non-conforming use, a use that exceeds the zoning bylaw provisions today, which, because it predates them by many, many decades. The only variances that we're dealing with here are now where we are increasing ever so modestly over the existing exceedances. Now, I realize I'm running out of time here, but I have heard of the concerns of the neighbors that relate primarily to trees, parking, the building mass, and shadow and overlook. When it comes to trees, I can assure you no trees are being removed. We have an arborist report that confirms that. The landscaping will be provided in the city right-of-way where it is today. Parking, we have the support of transportation service. There is no need of parking on the site. And recent revisions have now, in fact, provided bicycle parking on the site. And when it comes to overlook, we have now included in these most revised plans privacy screening on the 4th story terraces that will prevent any kind of overlook into neighboring properties. And I just want to summarize as my time ticks down, but I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. I just want to point out that this is, in my own professional opinion, one of the best examples of sensitive intensification within existing neighborhood that uses this existing building, takes this building that's in a state of disrepair and uses it to address the, the rather severe housing crisis that we have, but in such a sensitive manner. And so I am out of time. I don't want to go beyond too much beyond that clock there, but I'm happy to address any questions you may have. I know there are some neighbors that are looking to speak, and I'll be happy to respond to whatever comments they have after they've had a chance to speak up.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you, is there an elevator in this building?
No, there's not. It would be a walk-up.
So it's a walk-up.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions, panel? Okay, let us go on to Elena and John Michaelian.
Through you, Chair, multiple attempts have been made to reach Elena and John Michaelian, but cannot connect through by email or phone call.
Okay. Charles Gretsch.
Charles Gretsch, you have been unmuted.
Hello?
Yes, can we have your name and your address, please, sir?
My name is Charles Gretsch, and my address, I'm the landlord at 33 DuPont Street.
Okay, is there, does he have a second device on or something? We're getting a lot of interference.
So, yeah, I do. Sorry, let me just disconnect. Let me disconnect from it. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Grech, are you there?
Hi, Charles Gretsch. You have been unmuted as a panelist.
I have a note says he left the meeting.
Charles Gretsch, you have been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, just give me a second. Sorry, the technology sometimes doesn't do what you want it to do when you need it, So, yes, I'm Charles Gretsch, and I did have a chance to review the drawings and the development, and it does look like a great idea for the area. It's great to see that, we're not knocking down these buildings and then turning them into condos, and we've seen so much terrible development in the area. I happened to see some of the variants he asked, and I could see that they were good, that they put the privacy on the front, on the north, on the both ends of the property, people privacy. The only thing I could suggest is maybe on the windows that are facing, say, the neighbors, they put like maybe frosted glass to increase privacy, but that would be something, would have to be from their part. It's a great development. Nothing more to say about that. The only thing I would just say is that it's just out of curiosity, because the architect could answer, is this going to be like new development of existing, of a building where they're going to be not under rent control? Because he did offer, say, 2 apartments, as I recall, to be reduced rent. Would that be like he's just going to do it for 1 year, then jack up the rental market value? Because if he's going to redevelop the whole building, it's going to be brand new units. would that fall under new zoning where it's not limited by increases? That's just the only curiosity I have.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Robert Kaplan.
Kaplan?
Mr. Kaplan?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can we have your name and address, please?
Yes, Robert Kaplan, 48 Chicora Avenue.
Thank you.
I have a question before we start. Is there a, from 50 Chicora, is there somebody speaking on their behalf?
On behalf of who?
50 Chicora.
I think so, yes.
Yes, I believe that's a professional consultant, and I would think it would be more appropriate to hear from them first and then hear from me, if that's possible.
Okay. Can we get, do you have Mr. Lichtenstein on? Okay, can we get him on?
Hello?
Mr. Lichtenstein?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi. My name is Sam Lichtenstein at 50 Chikara Avenue. I'm the existing neighbor right next to 241 Bedford Road. It has all the variances has the major impact with me more than any of the other neighbors, especially 33 DuPont Street has no effect whatsoever on this at all. He's so far out closer to Avenue Road. I don't appreciate the fourth floor. It'll cast a lot of shadowing, privacy issues, and that, and noise will come from it at all hours. It overlooks, I have a skylight on my third floor, which I can see his entire roof perfectly, and it will block whatever sunlight, because his building covers all my windows on the west side of my house. I have no sunlight coming in from there. I have sunlight only from the skylights, and with the shadows and everything, I will lose all that sunlight and enjoyment, you know, on my property from it. This building has already been built to the lines and over the lines. In today's zoning and bylaws, it would not be allowed. They're going for 3 times density. I've never seen that in my life yet. And also to understand, the owner has never communicated with any of the neighbors on any issues whatsoever. He just dropped a letter in. He was told by the Committee of Adjustments back in January, he must talk to us. He never talked to us ever. Just dropped the letter in the mailbox I can't speak for the rest. I just got the letter, and that's what I've been told from everybody. Nobody was contacted by the owner or any of his representatives in whatsoever fashion. This building is an anomaly, and it's unique. There's nothing around here that is 4 floors high. Everything is 3 floors. It'll be out of line, out of sync, look out of proportion, not going with integrity and architecture and everything with around the neighborhood here, and that. The owner as well had some waterproofing issues, and which was on my west side in between us. And he was supposed to give me documents of engineers and this and this. He never did. What he did is try to do it at Christmas time, hoping that I wouldn't be in town, and had his workers go and try to do the waterproofing. And I stopped them from doing it because it's a right of way. He didn't supply me with the information. I'm not objecting to him fixing the building up. This building's been empty for over 10 years and like that. And there's no regard to the neighbors whatsoever, and disrespect to us by not talking to us and not following through with the Committee of Adjustments and that. And the other thing is, I think my 2 letters do substantiate how I feel, everything. Plus, I did not mention the garbage. Where are the garbage cans supposed to be stored? There's no place for a storage site on that property. So are we going to have raccoons, skunks, rats, mice running around and the garbage sitting on the street and not going to be in a room by itself? I also talked to the parking authorities. We're at capacity here at parking, but this building is so small and minor, they didn't even consider looking at it or doing any analysis. They said because of that, they didn't care. That's why they just said, fine, go ahead, don't worry about it. We have parking issues, and it's not fair to us who live in the area as well. And that's all I have to say.
All right. All right, so let's get her at the end. Okay, Mr. Gretsch. Was it Mr. Gretsch or Mr. Kaplan that said, I want to go? Oh, okay.
It was
So
Mr.
we heard
Kaplan
from
who said he
Mr.
wanted me to go first.
Hello? So we need Mr. Kaplan.
Okay, Robert Kaplan, 48 Chicora again.
Yes.
Okay, I have some the comments I have, if you go to the list of the listed variances, they're actually not minor variances at all. From 1 to 11, the highest variance is about 600%, and most of them are over 200%. They're eliminating completely any setbacks which would be allowed right to the property line. And those setbacks, even those that are listed, wouldn't be allowed because they're too close to the property on the west. They don't have the side setback that allows for the front and rear setbacks. This is a classic attempt at overdevelopment. They don't have a non-conforming use because that was eliminated when they left the building vacant for 12 years. The effect of all this is to build an apartment building in a residential neighborhood. Yes, it's an existing apartment building as it stands, but when you add on everything else, including the 4th floor, what they're doing is building a new apartment building. It's by far overdevelopment. They're eliminating any landscaping. They're overlooking the existing property at 50 and 48. The only reason that they want all these variances, which are not minor, is that they want to build more apartments and collect more rent. This building has been vacant and left aside for 12 years, and now suddenly they want to overdevelop it. I believe that on page 3 of the Committee of Adjustment notice, it talks about the powers of the Committee of Adjustment and what they're attempting to do. The variances here are not at all minor. In fact, they're way over what anybody would consider minor. They're not required for the development. They're required to overdevelop. The apartment building could be turned back into the six apartment complex that it was before, without all this extra development. It's quite frankly, I have some experience in this matter, and I'm not convinced that these variances are such that the committee even has jurisdiction to hear it as minor variances. And thank you.
All right, thank you. Linda Florence.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Linda Florence. I reside at 47 Chicora Avenue. I have lived here for 9 years. When we moved in May of 2014, that building was already vacant. It's been vacant and run down the entire time we've lived here. Well, I would like to see the building developed and put to good use and improve the visual appearance on the outside of it. I am very much against the existing proposal. I do not feel that the variances are minor. The owner was asked to reach out to the neighbors, which I'm repeating what other of my neighbors have said. This was at the meeting January 18th of 2023 before the Committee of Adjustment. The owner has not done so. I do not feel we should allow any additional coverage. I think that if they have to, I don't really think there should be a fourth floor, but putting it all the way to the back of the building makes it much worse for number 50 Chicora. And I think it's a poor plan, and I think it's been a very misleading plan because of the way that they refer to the drawings and which end of the building. They talk about the balconies being made bigger on the front of the building. When they say the front of the building, they're referring to Chicora Avenue, yet the address of the building is 241 Bedford because the entrance and the building face Bedford. So the whole thing is very confusing. I am not at all satisfied with the work that's been done on the plans. And I would urge you to reject this request. And I feel that our Annex Residents Association has done an excellent job in speaking against this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Latavsky?
Yes, indeed, I am here, sir.
Yes. I'd like you to address the issue of whether this is a legal non-conforming use or you lost it as a result of 12 years of non-use.
I wish to clarify that the difference between legal non-complying and legal non-conforming. So, it's not a legal non-complying in the sense that the use itself is permitted, always has to be permitted. When I use the phrase legal non-conforming, it means that the use is permitted, always has been permitted, but the building itself exceeds several of the performance standards, such as building density and the various setbacks, because that building, as I mentioned, predates the bylaw by many decades. It was built in 1910. The bylaw we're dealing with today was passed in 2013. And so that's what I'm referring to when I use the phrase legal non-conforming. It's not a question of the use itself not being allowed. It's just the fact that the existing building exceeds several zoning standards because it predates them. So if I may, Mr. Chair, I can actually perhaps take this moment to clarify that because it is legal non-conforming, as I say, that the starting point really is the fact that it's the building itself. So, for example, the building's existing density is 2.72 times the area of the lot. Variance that is being requested is 2.82 times. So the difference between the existing density and the proposed density is really quite modest. The bylaw may have a current standard for building depth of 14 meters, but the building today is 4 meters. And so that's the existing situation, and the building with that minor addition at the north end to accommodate the staircase and as well, it would now have a building length of 25.86 meters. So that's what I'm referring to there, Mr. Chair. Does that help?
Yes. Yes, Ian.
Okay, because you're on it, I think that is much better if you can just even briefly go through the list of variances. I suspect if you go through it, because you discover that as far as I understand, almost more than half of them are triggered by the existing condition. For example, from 6 to 9, 5 to 9, these are all the physical feature of the existing building and triggered by the current zoning bylaw. And then you will see that actually what they're asking for is much less than, there's very few new things that will trigger the zoning bylaw variances.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can say, just for the record, you should have in your package a letter which from me dated March 22nd, where I do a fairly detailed review of the variances and the 4 tests. I quickly summarize that here, and just as you mentioned, each of the variances, how they really do just simply build on the existing conditions. So there are 13 variances all told, and I generally discuss them in 4 basic categories. So there are those deal with building mass. And so that would be my first category. So that would be like variances 9 and 11. So I have here number 9, the building depth is 14 meters. As I mentioned, we're proposing 25.86. Existing building is 24 meters already. Variance 10, the permitted floor space index is 1 times the area of the lot, but again, the existing building is 2.72 times, and we're proposing, 2.78 times, and we're proposing 2.82 times the area of the lot. And there is a common, the variance here, number 11, the minimum required rear setback is 7.5 meters. Third building is 1.22 meters. To be honest, that's actually the existing condition. That's there really is. That's referring to the distance to the modified escape at the back. So there really isn't any significant change at all there to that number. The other category of variances that I have in my letter refers to encroachments into setbacks. And so that would be variances 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And all of those relate to very minor changes to the existing patios, balconies, and terraces and the exterior fire escapes, where I realize what I don't have handy, which is too bad, is just a photograph of the existing building where you can see the existing balcony. But perhaps if whoever's controlling the display here could go to that site plan there, if you could quickly go back to the revised plan, the site plan. If we could zoom in, let's say on the front, the Chicora frontage. Let's zoom in there. Thank you very much. So now what we're going to see here is a dashed line coming out of the building. There's a dashed line, and so that is the outline of the existing balcony. And there is now, yes, the proposed, now you can see the proposed balcony. It may be a little bit, I wish I could point to it myself. But you can see the fire escape that's rebuilt, they're going to be rebuilt, and it's just a little bit larger than the existing fire escape. And the reason for that change in size has everything to do with just simply meeting current building code. That's what a fire escape, the size has to be. And there is a modest change to the shape and length of the balconies perfect, yes, you can see that there. So that's the line of the new balcony, and it's a little bit wider, but actually a little bit shorter than the existing balcony. And that's what really all those variances relate to. They just variances 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are allowing the revised balcony and fire escape to project into both the front yard, which, yes, according to the zoning bylaw definition, the Chicora frontage is the front yard of this site. even though it does have a Bedford municipal address. But these balconies will project into that frontage, and the fire escape will project into it. So that's what triggers the variances here. Landscaping is another category of variances, and that would be variances 6, 7, and 8. And it basically boils down to the fact that, as you can see in the site plan, that footprint, along with the existing balconies, both at the Chicora frontage and the rear of the building, they essentially fill out the site today. There is no space today for landscaping. In fact, I'm pretty certain that the existing building has 0 landscaping today. There's a pavement at the back. So all along, for the entire duration of this building's existence, landscaping has really been provided within the city boulevard. There are, in fact, you can see in this drawing, 2 street trees within the city boulevard along the Chicora frontage. And if you can scroll back a little bit, there is another tree within the Bedford right away. So just, yeah, there you go. Actually, down to the left, you can see one there. There's no change. We had an arborist report that these trees will be preserved, and there's no protected trees that are going to be removed as a result of this application. That's, we have to acknowledge that, what are these, variances 6, 7, 8. So 6 says that there's a minimum of 50% of the lot area must be maintained as landscaping. Well, that can't even be done today with the existing building. And so we are indeed proposing 0 because there's really no space left on the site to do it. Similarly, this is variance number 7, 50% of the required landscaping must be soft. Same argument there. We just don't really have the space for it on the site. So once again, kind of recognizing the existing condition. Variance number 8, a minimum 1.5 meter wide strip of soft landscaping must be provided for the lot on a building. And short answer there is it can't be provided today. We aren't really changing, very modest change to the building, but there's no way for us to meet even with the existing. So we have to request and authorize no or no answer. And then the last area, or category rather, of variances relate to parking. Let me be clear, the existing bylaw does not require any for this proposal for the residents. Only parking requirements that we are able to meet is a need for 9 bicycle parking spaces, and that is revision from the original submission. The 9 bicycle parking spaces have now been provided. There is, however, also a need to provide 2 visitors parking spaces, 1 barrier-free parking space. And for you, Mr. Chair, this again goes all the way back to that the existing site today, the building footprint, there just isn't any place to provide such parking on the site. This would then again be for visitors and for barrier-free. I do note, however, that this area is very well served by transit. It's in downtown Toronto in a very well-served area. There is a bus stop immediately outside the front door of this building. And so all that put together is the reason why we don't really need to provide parking here and transportation services. I've spoken at length there. Hopefully that all helps. I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Yeah, Mr. Lutovsky, Mr. Lichtenstein complains about your 4th story looking directly into his property. Could you talk about that, please?
Well, of course, sir. Through you, Mr. Chair. I point out again that the 4th story is in fact permitted. Stories are allowed. in this neighborhood. There is no variance required for height. And the official plan itself recognizes that up to 4 stories are allowed within a neighborhood designation. However, we heard the comment about concerns about overlook. And so thank you for showing, whoever's in control of this image here, thank you for showing that. We have revised the drawings to include a privacy screen as part of that rooftop terrace. And that would be right along the adjacent to the property line. So there would be no possibility of overlook from the rooftop terrace over into 50 Chicora and other points east of that.
Okay, thank you. Sahir? You're muted, Sahir.
Sorry, Chair. On the existing 3 floors, the west side of the building, can I assume correctly that there are windows, existing windows that overlook the adjacent property on Chicora?
Yes, there are existing windows. I believe there is an elevation included in the package there of that eastern facade.
But thank you. That I think that sort of gives me a response to the other question related. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. And there are no windows on the 4th floor, from what I can see from this elevation.
There is no new windows are proposed along that frontage.
Terrific. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, panel, we're going to committee. Any comments, or do we have a motion? Yes, Sahir?
Thank you, Chair. I know, notwithstanding all the comments that were made by folks in opposition, this is an area that I've spent a lot of time in, being on the campus and running through the annex. This building's been sitting around for ages, potentially becoming a hazardous situation. And this, I do believe, from what I've seen and what I've heard, to be quite an improvement over what exists. If anything, it'll certainly lend a wonderful new vitalization to the neighborhood. I think the agent has done a great job in presenting, as Yim had suggested, about taking one variance at a time and explaining it. So I really don't see any issue with this. I think it's quite a commendable approach. I would be quite happy to move a motion to approve, because there's only one condition, and that's forestry 1. I don't believe any city departments objected.
Through the chair, there is still one remaining speaker, Lee Kalish, that we should hear.
Well, not on any list. Do you have her?
She's on the line.
Okay.
And just to clarify for the members in terms of conditions, there is a report from City Planning Policy, Strategic Initiatives and Analysis section regarding a Section 45(9) agreement in terms of rental details that is in the late supplemental package, was received.
Is that a condition?
There are a slew of conditions. Yes, we can put it up on the screen. If staff can please pull up that report.
Okay, let's hear from, what's the name, Kalish?
53 Chicora. I just wanted to reiterate everything Linda said.
Just a minute. What's your name, please?
Leah Kalish, 53 Chicora.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to reiterate what Linda said, and that there's 2 important things. One was it was mandated or suggested by you in our January meeting that the owner or agents reach out to all the people that had something to say. They never did that. Okay. So, we all feel very disrespected and perhaps wasting our time by having to come back when they didn't follow through with that. I think it's super important. The other thing is you keep using the word modest, It's a modest addition. I don't think with already the density that is so over what, you know, over the 0.1 or 1 point, whatever it's called, that adding a fourth story is in any way modest or minor. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go back to your motion, Zahir. Urban forestry condition number 1, and Nicole has pointed out certain planning conditions, which I think you have to make part of your motion.
Well, that's correct. I just noticed it now as well with the supplementary package. So I would include the recommendations, the conditions from planning.
All right, Mr. Latavsky, have you seen these conditions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have seen them. I got carried away in addressing all the other questions there. I failed to mention that, yes, these conditions are the result of quite lengthy discussions with the housing folks there in planning, and the applicant is fully in support of providing these 2 units as affordable housing. So yes, we have no issue with this.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, do we have a seconder? Yim, are you seconding the motion?
Yes, I'd like to also add a comment. I feel that I must say something, that the existing building's been there for so long, and also they said that it's been vacant for that long. But if you look at the upside of it, with this development, you immediately are going to get 9 good quality housing units in a very good neighborhood. I think it's a very positive project in that sense.
I agree. So you're seconding the motion, Jim? Okay, all in favor? All right, you have the approval, sir. Thank you very much.
Through the chair, this may be appropriate time to take a quick break, given we've been going since 2:16.
Okay. 10 minutes? Pardon?
There's a few speakers on the next item as well, so everybody's stretching. Yeah. landlord/owner submit a site plan to the satisfaction of community planning and transportation services. Yeah. Technically, we could have said, and a landscape plan, but within the site plan, the applicant will have to show those details, and planning can hold out and say, I also want another landscape plan. They can hold out and say that they're not satisfied, so they'll still be able to get what they want.
We're not used anymore to walk-ups, but like grandson, his apartment is 430 something, but it's on the 3rd floor, and there's at least one floor above it. So it's not bad. Next item is number 3968 Caroline Avenue. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a three-story side addition, a two-story rear addition, a complete third-story addition with a rear balcony, a new front porch and walkway, a new rear deck and stairs, and a rear basement walkout. Also to construct a new one-story ancillary building, detached garage, and rear yard abutting the laneway. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. A staff report from community planning, a staff report from urban forestry, opposition from four properties on Caroline, 5 properties on Caroline. And we have John Ramirez.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, good evening, Chair and committee members. Today we are proposing a new addition.
All right, can we have your name and your address for the record, please?
Oh, yes, it's John Ramirez, and the address is 371 Strawberry Crescent, Waterloo.
Okay. All right, so you have some opposition. We therefore need a brief presentation.
Yes, and I've provided a presentation that we can slide through so I can talk about them. So yes, this is the introduction. We can go to the next page. So originally we had 11 variances. This is a deferred application, and we revised it to 5 variances. And then after speaking with planning, we were able to even reduce it even more to bring it down to 4 variances in total. So one of the big changes we did was remove the complete 3-story rear addition. So we're not asking for any more rear addition, any more building depth. We're just asking for a side addition. We'll go to the next slide, please. So here's just a summary of what we're asking for. We're required to have a 1.0 FSI. We're asking a 1.38 times the FSI. The landscaping at the front, we're proposing 9 square meters, whereas we're supposed to have 9.82 square meters. The exterior stairs will be encroaching the front property line, and I'll be speaking about that because we have no setback for that. And then the 4th variance is we're asking a side yard setback of 0.56 meters, whereas the zoning bylaw requires 0.9. Next slide. So here's just a summary of what has been happening in this area. There's, in regards to FSI, there's been an increase of starting from 1.08, has been going up to 1.32. I'll further explain our FSI request in the next slide. Oh, here's just a picture of just down the street of what we're looking at in this on the street, the new developments and the renovations that have been going on. We heard one today at 26 Caroline as well. So this is fairly common and things are changing on the street. Can we go to the next slide? And here's some existing buildings showing you 2.5-story townhouses, which is also pretty common in this on the street and in this area. Can we go to the next slide? So here you can see what we're actually adding as footprint. It's that blue area. Everything in pink is existing. And the 3rd floor structure will be built within this. It will actually be built within the roof structure. And that's where we're asking the 0.38 FSI request. It's that 3rd floor, which is could be considered as an attic. If we didn't add stairs or any floor space on that in that attic, the building mass would still remain the same. So in this regard, we're just saying that the FSI doesn't compromise the massing of the house or the height of the house or the structure of the house. Can we go to the next slide? So here we're in regards to the front yard landscaping, we're just complying with the building codes. So we need you'll see in our design, it's a very small porch, very narrow stairs, just to get ourselves from the main floor down to the ground, which is very tight to the front yard. So we're not adding like a big deck. We're not doing anything. We just need access from the existing main level down to the grade. Can we go to the next slide? And the exterior stairs, you know, the building code has been updated, so steps have been increased. So when we implement the new building code requirements, our steps are too long. It pushes our steps right into the front yard property line. Next slide. And in regards to the minimum side yard setback, we're building within we're actually building on top of the existing walls. So the 0.56 meter setback is an existing condition in this neighborhood and on this property. So we just want to build on top of that wall. So we're not reducing the setback. We're just complying with what's there already. Can we go to the next slide? So here you'll see what's in blue is what we're asking for that affects the mass of the house. Everything else in red complies with all the bylaws. So main wall heights, building heights, all the other requirements for the side yard setbacks we do comply with front and rear. It's just the side yard setback. We don't comply. It's illustrated right there in the blue. You can go to the next slide. I think it's my last slide, and you can see it on the back. That's what we're asking for, and that's only to build in line with the existing structure. And that's the end of my presentation.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
I think the presentation, the numbering of all the variances do not match my agenda. I do not know whether it's only my problem. We have 5 variances, and the numbering are all is different from his presentation. He has 4.
Yeah, no, I agree, Im. I want to go over them with with Mr. Ramirez to get it straight, because I'm not sure, for example, what the floor space index he mentioned. So, Mr. Ramirez, can I just go through 1 to 5 with you so we get it straight? Because your numbers didn't coincide with our numbers.
Through the chair, the applicant did submit a red line public hearing notice, so if staff could kindly put that on the screen, that would assist, and then the agent can use that public hearing notice to confirm what he is amending or deleting.
Sorry, yeah, so yeah, there you can see the changes there in red.
Okay, that I can't read it.
So for the record...
Can you enlarge it? Yeah, okay, so number 1 is deleted. Number 2 is 1.38 instead of 1.45 times the floor, that's the floor space index. Number 3 is the same. Number 4 is the same, and number 5 is the same. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, let's move on. Michael Barton.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Can we have your name and your address, please?
Yes, my name is Michael Barton. My address is 1489 Abbeywood Drive, Oakville, L6M1M26, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of 66 Caroline.
Okay.
So I had prepared originally a letter that was submitted for the original application. I've provided that in conjunction with a covering letter based on the amendments that had been made to the application. So at the time of the original application, there were 8 variances. What I've seen is that this has now been reduced. So I did see the red line notice that was provided that reduced the application to 4 variances. I didn't see that the purpose of the application had changed, so it still did refer to a 3-story side addition, a 2-story rear addition, and a complete story addition. But in looking at the plans and the elevations that are provided, the change in the variances for me does not change the relationship of the proposed structure to the neighboring properties and the overall character of the neighborhood. So that was what I had outlined in my original correspondence and the letter that I submitted on May 10th that was uploaded to the Application Information Center. So I had focused on both correspondence on the FSI that was proposed and the relationship of that to the neighborhood character and the character of the neighboring dwellings. Again, I heard a comment that the proposed FSI has been
Hello, Mr. Barton?
Be the case.
Oh, Mr. Barton, you cut out, and you said you heard a comment about the floor space indexes, and we lost you. And we lost you again. No? He's there?
Mr. Michael Barton, go ahead. You have been unmuted.
Pardon? Yeah, well, we lost them.
Through the chair, why don't we try moving on to the next speaker and then trying to circle back to Michael?
Okay, let's go to Amanda Rutenberg.
Harris?
Mr. Barton?
This is Dean Rutenberg.
Oh, okay.
I'm here with Amanda. We're 66 Caroline Avenue. If it's all right, can we delay and speak after Michael Barton?
Well, we're having trouble with Mr. Barton because he conked out and we haven't been able to reach him. So you should go ahead.
Okay. So I think where Michael Barton left off is basically,
Jordan.
I'll try to, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I guess in layman's terms, we're the semi-attached to the proposed building, 68, so we're 66. We share the party wall with them. From our point of view, this is just, they're trying to put a really big structure next door without taking into consideration kind of the wants of the neighbors that they share a party wall with. From their own chart, this will be the highest FSI. If you noticed, their FSI was the highest. This is also a semi-detached, so a lot of the houses they were referring to were detached. A lot of the houses they had put in their photos, they had showed a photo of a complete detached house, not a semi-detached undergoing this kind of big stepwise transformation. They're trying to stagger the building height, so the floor heights will no longer be the same. They appear to be pushing from the front, from the side. They want to build up a story and dig down. So from our point of view, it's just really trying to put a very large structure next door without kind of taking into consideration the neighborhood or the wants of the neighbors. You mentioned earlier there are more than 5 letters that have been sent in. I think that number, if you go back, would actually be closer to 10, taking into account the letters of objection from their initial plan.
All right, Mr. Rutenberg, we're interested in the impact that this application may have on you. We understand it's large, but what effect? How does that affect you?
So the impact to us, number one, would be our use of our house and our use of our yard. There's obviously a shading issue, a lighting issue, both with their house and their proposed elevated garage. There's also structural issues on our house that we have to deal with, as well as rain collection, additional snowfall on the roof, in addition to their front yard being expanded. And all of that. There's also what we believe is a material impact to our home value with what they're trying to do. So those are our primary considerations for our impact, as well as the impact on the neighborhood.
So is there in the file, is there a photograph or a representation of what the houses will look like after their renovation is complete?
I believe it might be on page 16 or 17 of the plans. That's the back view. That's the front view. There. That's the back.
All right, can we go back to the front view? Okay. Okay. And anything else you have to say about the impact?
No, I think we covered it. It's the impact on the privacy, the impact on our home value, our use of our yard, both from the lighting, the shadow, as well as their back deck, which will look directly onto our yard, as well as having multiple tenants next door.
Okay, so you say there's going to be tenants in the building?
They appear to be building a basement apartment that's separate from the upstairs main floor of the house.
Okay.
And what the owner has indicated to us is that
Just a minute. Who are you? We don't have your name on record.
This is Amanda Rutenberg at 66 Caroline.
Okay.
I'm Dean's wife.
All right. We usually only have one person speaking at a time. So, okay. You have anything else to say before we try and get back to Mr. Barton?
Oh, just that he has indicated that he will not be living in the residence. He will be renting it out.
Okay. Thank you. Can we get Mr. Barton?
Yes, I'm here now. I apologize. I completely lost my internet connection for a minute there, so I apologize for that.
Okay.
And I won't take too much more.
I think, Mr. Barton, that we should start over with you, and you should summarize what you think you've said, so that we're brought into the picture, because you were interrupted in the middle of something.
Absolutely, yeah. So I had just provided some initial context of the application as it originally came before you and how it's changed, and that for me, the massing and density of the proposal hasn't changed, even though we've seen the reduction in the number of variances. So where I was going with it, and we saw it on the figure we were just looking at there now, the relationship of the proposed dwelling to the neighboring properties, and I acknowledge that there are examples in the neighborhood of 2.5 story, and that there were the couple examples we saw of new construction, but overall the prevailing character is the 2-story height and massing.
So,
and
Mr. Barton, I don't want to interrupt you, but I'd like to know where your client 60 is in relation to this property.
No, it's 66 is my client. So the Rutenbergs, who were just speaking.
Oh, I didn't realize that you were their lawyer.
Oh, I'm a planner, but yes,
You're a planner.
I'm a planner, not a lawyer.
Well, we didn't need to hear from the Rutenbergs. Okay.
I think maybe they came on because I lost my connection. So again, I do apologize for that.
Just give us the Cole's Notes version of your.
Yeah. Yes, and I know you've seen my letters. So again, it's really just to reiterate that again, in my opinion, the FSI is the key issue here. The density, not representing the prevailing character of the neighborhood. While the height is, as we've heard, the height itself is permitted. That additional floor area under the request FSI is what's allowing that massing relative to the rest of the neighborhood. So when you take that into consideration, as I provided my correspondence, my opinion is that it does not respect and reinforce the prevailing character of the neighborhood, specifically in density, but then as a result of what that means for built form massing. Similarly, with respect to the zoning bylaw, it's my opinion that allowing this relief to the performance standard for FSI is not going to effectively implement the intent that floor area as a ratio to the lot area is maintained to ensure that there's not overbuilding on the property. I think even just seeing that figure of how the two dwellings relate to one another and then what that means to the rest of the neighborhood is a degree of relief from that underlying performance standard is going to result in a situation where the character is not maintained and you're not going to see harmony among existing structures and along the public realm. So then finally, my opinion is it's not desirable for the appropriate development of this property. We're not going to see a structure that respects the existing context and the planned context of the property, and it's not going to result in built form, particularly in terms of density, that's desirable for the property. So that I had provided my opinion that the variance, particularly FSI, does not meet the four tests that are applicable under the Planning Act.
Okay, what do you say about the discrepancy in style and height, etc., about semi-detached properties like this one here? Mr. Barton?
Oh, sorry, it wasn't allowing me to unmute. Yeah, so that's part of the concern. Like I do hear the comments about how this linear height is permitted, that there's no variance requested to do something like this. But what we see is that the house is being constructed to its maximum depth. We're seeing a variance for other variances that come in. So what happens here is that it's being maximizing a permitted envelope, but the FSI is going beyond that. So to say that the only thing that's being asked here is that sliver along the side for the side yard, that's actually not true. You cannot construct this dwelling as it's shown without that 38% increase in the FSI. So, and I think that's what we're seeing here is that as a result, you have the relationship between these two dwellings that's not compatible. It doesn't represent that overall prevailing character of the 2 or even the 2.5 story. And while there is opportunity to do a roof structure that maybe helps bring down the height and massing, in this case, I think that picture that you're seeing now really shows that this really is almost a full story of height above what we see next door. So there's those concerns with compatibility and harmony as a result.
Okay, panel, do you have any other questions? Okay, Mr. Ramirez?
Hello, yes. Yeah, I heard all the comments from the neighbors and the planner. My first initial I guess, concern was that they never really spoke about the variances. The only variance they spoke about was the FSI. And like I've illustrated and I've explained already, the FSI it's hidden in that roof structure. So on that third floor, it is within that roof structure. That is where that extra FSI is. As you can see, we comply with the main wall heights. We comply with all the building heights. So if we were to remove that third floor, we can still build the structure as is, because the zoning bylaws allow us to build it. So the other variances are very minor. We're talking about a setback that's less than a foot, and we really just want to build in line with the existing setback. And the landscape issue, we tried our best to get as close as possible to comply with the landscaping, but it is impossible to meet, according to meet the Ontario building codes. And in regards to we have changed our design completely from our initial proposal. We had main wall issues, variances. We had other variances that we were proposing, and the design was completely different. It was very modern. It was a flat roof design. The windows didn't match the neighborhood. The clients went out of their way to say, please match the design of the neighborhood. So we matched the siding, we matched the window designs, we matched the slope, we added the sloped roof. We went completely out of our way to satisfy the neighbors. We reached out to the neighbors. We conducted meetings with the neighbors, and we told them to attend, and we heard all their concerns. And the neighbor at 66, one of their main concerns was their value and the construction that they have to endure. And I told them, this is what happens when you're attached to a house and your neighbor wants to renovate. I totally understand. I told them, I've done this many times in throughout the city of Toronto. Semis have been renovated. We have engineers. We go over and beyond signing party wall agreements to make sure that everyone is on the same page, to make sure that construction is dealt the way it's supposed to be dealt. And as you can see, the city is changing right now. Density is an issue. We are proposing a secondary unit because there is lack of housing, and we're trying to meet that demand that's going on in Toronto. So I hope we've done everything we can. We've waited so long for this hearing, and we've redesigned the entire house and reduced all the variances as much as we can to comply and to satisfy the neighborhood. And so I hope that you guys can see the extent that we've gone through to meet the demands of the concerns of the neighbors.
So, Mr. Ramirez, we have a panel member, not on this panel, who objects to any semi-detached renovation that are almost he objects to all of them that are not in sync with the two houses are not in sync with each other. So there's a development near where I live where there's two very substantial houses. They're semi-detached houses, and they're completely different styles. I don't think they started out that way, but they are now completely different styles. Each of them are very attractive. He thinks it's horrible. But in this case, you have the added factor that you have an additional story on this, on your house as opposed to the neighbor. And there was one development like this where somebody made a real weird house that was semi-detached to something else. And that's one of the very few that I felt affected the value of the other property. I don't know whether this would affect the value of your neighbor or not, but I just wanted your take on adding a story to a semi-detached and the other side not adding on. How does that affect, impact the neighbor?
Yeah, so I would say in regards to the changes that are happening, to maintain a 1.5 story or a 2 story, where the zoning bylaw allows a 3 story, allows the building heights that we've proposed today. I think throughout time things are going to change, as we can already see in this neighborhood. We've seen 26 Caroline already go for the 3rd story, and they were just approved. And down the street, 77 is also proposing a 3rd story. It's a matter of time when all the other houses on the street will start to change as well.
No,
So
I'm not talking about adding the story. I'm talking about adding the story when you're semi-detached and the other side doesn't add a story. Detached houses, I have no problem.
Well, 26 was a semi or a townhouse, and they were adding a 3rd story, and they're just down the street. And there has been a 3rd story is allowed, and there are more examples on neighboring streets as well. But in this case, I would say that it is a matter of time that one neighbor wants to build and one neighbor doesn't. So what do? Do we wait until both of them are ready to build?
Well,
Is that ever going to happen?
Yeah, I appreciate there's problems on both sides.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Panel, do you have any questions of Mr. Ramirez? Okay, let's go into committee. Peter, what do you have to say?
Thanks, Chair. I'm satisfied with this application. I think that significant changes have been made. It is shallower than the attached neighbor. It's not as deep. So I think in that sense, it internalizes its impacts in terms of height. It's to the north of the attached neighbor, so shadowing's not as significant. Additionally, and I know like we're basically down to an argument about FSI and about compatibility with the attached neighbor. I think the fact that it meets the building envelope goes a long way for me, and the FSI question, I don't see it having a negative impact. I don't know what that extra floor space in the attic, whether it's empty or full, would have on the neighborhood. So I'm going to support this.
Okay, Yim?
I'm going to support this too, because I appreciate the applicant actually have done a lot. This been deferred before, and then they worked it out. And the variance in front of us, we have to just focus on those. I think that you can have an opinion about semi-detached, whether it is sympathetic to the next semi, but that is a matter of every situation is different. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work, and it's not part of the a strict rule, I think. And then I do not think in this case it is something that we can determine whether it is suitable in that, because the next door neighbor might not want to build for the next 50 years, right? We do not know. You cannot tell them that you have to be in sync with the next door neighbor. So before that, I think in front of us is a very good proposal. Is they try to stay within the allowable envelope. So I have no problem with this application.
Okay, Zahir?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to concur with both Peter and Yim, in particular with Yim's comments. But before us, we have essentially now an amended application with 4 variances, and when you look at individually, those 4 variances are minor. Whenever there's the discussion that includes the character of the neighborhood or the style of homes, I think that becomes a bit of an issue. It's very subjective. Change is the only thing that's real, and so you'll constantly have change. And as Jim says, one neighbor wants to change, and the other one may not do anything for the next 50 years. Should the person who wants to introduce some changes be waiting? So I do not see a problem with this application at all, and I'd be in favor of approving it.
Okay. Okay, can we have a motion? Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I move a motion for approval of the application as amended.
Through the chair, there is also an urban forestry condition. It was in the supplemental package. Urban forestry memo is requesting condition number 2.
Thank you. And I'll add urban forestry condition 2.
Okay. Yim, you second the motion? All right, all in favor? You guys convinced me that it doesn't change, in height doesn't make any difference. You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 40, 13 MOSSOM Road. The purpose of this application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a 2-story rear addition, a rear ground floor deck, and a rear second-story bay window. Also to install an in-ground swimming pool and to construct an ancillary structure, shed, in the rear yard and to permit 1 parking space in the side yard. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a staff report from Ravine and Natural Features, and support from 15 MOSSOM Road. Joelle Craig.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. This is Joelle Craig. My address is 78 Mitchell Avenue, and I'm the agent on behalf of my clients at 13 MOSSOM Road.
Okay, thank you. I don't think that this appears to be straightforward. I don't think we need a presentation. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
Just a quick note that this application was deferred from our hearing date in February. We worked with planning and transportation to address the issue that they had with the front yard parking. And prior to that, we've also worked with the Toronto Conservation to address their concerns with regards to the long-term stable top of slope. So we hope that you see these issues as minor. And I know that there's one letter of support from 15 MOSSOM. We did have 3 other letters of support in the previous application. So there's support from both neighbors on either side and also the neighbors on either side of that.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions? Yim?
Just a quick question. Did they ask you to remove the front yard parking? That's been removed, huh?
They had an issue. They were not willing to support the front yard parking. And so in speaking with both transportation and planning, we moved the parking to the side yard past the main wall. And after reviewing that both with them, they had no objections to that revision.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
All right, so here, did you have a question?
No, but I think I missed something earlier because I think there was a correction in the items on the agenda. It's okay, I found it.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Does somebody have a motion? It seems pretty straightforward. Zahir?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is indeed a very straightforward application. I don't believe there are any conditions attached to this one.
I think there's a forestry number 1, at least.
Forestry 1?
That's my note is.
Forestry condition number 1, I have that too.
Yeah.
Through the chair, it's Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, number 1.
Yeah. Thank you. With that condition in mind, I'd like to move approval.
All right, seconder. Peter, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Number 41. GLEN Place. Purpose of the application is to construct a 2-story detached dwelling with a rear basement walkout, a rear ground floor terrace with an exterior staircase, a front attached 1-car garage east side, a front attached one, well, okay. Another front attached one-car garage on the west side, a rear second-story balcony. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant, email correspondence from Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, reports from Urban Forestry, in Ravine and Natural Features, a letter recommending deferral from Josh Matlow, but I think that's in February. That must be a former application.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yes. And support from 18 and 16 GLEN, and opposition from 1 GLEN. Yeah, Ian Andres.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Ian Andres. I'm with Goodman's, and I'm here on behalf of the applicants and owners of 40 GLEN Place. This application was originally scheduled to be heard in February.
We need, Mr. Andres, we need your address. 333 Bay?
You got it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This application was originally scheduled in February. It was deferred at our request to allow us more time to work with staff and with the adjacent neighbors who had raised some preliminary concerns about safety and tree protection, these being the neighbors at the bottom of the slope behind the property. I'm pleased to advise that over the last few months, we've had extensive discussions. They've been very productive and successful. We provided the neighbors and Mr. Peter Higgins, their consultant, with our technical documentation. We met with them on site with our full team to hear their perspective, and we revised the plans to address their concerns, including revisions to the retaining wall, the swimming pool footprint. We pulled back the rear terrace a little bit. We're preserving all but one of the existing trees in the ravine slope, and the one that has to come down is in poor condition. And we're planting several new large caliper trees to improve screening, as well as committing to some technical details. Our consultants have also vetted this new ravine slope planting plan through Urban Forestry and confirmed that it is acceptable to staff. And I'm aware that there's a memo that Ravine and Natural Feature Protection staff had submitted last week. But after reviewing their memo, we met with them on Friday, and we've been able to reach an understanding with them, which is now confirmed in an email that you should have, that they are willing to support the proposal, provided we commit to preserving tree number 15, which was always our intent, and to accept the standard approval condition requiring application for injury, as well as an approval condition tying the approval to the site plan. And their concern was that their building length and depth numerical variances might allow for additional length and depth, but that's not our intent, and we're more than happy to tie to site plan. So we've now resolved Ravine and Natural Features issues. The property itself, just to take a step back, it's located at the end of a cul-de-sac in South Hill, just a little bit east of Casa Loma. It's accessible from GLEN Drive, which is a dead-end street winding up from Davenport. It's a beautiful, mature area with large 2- and 3-story homes on large lots. Lots of new builds in the area. This proposal, as you said already, is a 2-story dwelling with a rear covered terrace on the first floor and a walkout basement terrace. The new house is proposed to align with the footprint of the existing 2-story dwelling for the most part, with the main front wall extended forward to create a uniform facade in line with the current front wall of the garage. The existing circular driveway is to be maintained in the same location with the same 2 curb cuts. So the variance being sought for 2 access points is an existing condition. And the amount of landscaping inside that circular driveway also essentially matches the existing condition. The reduced wet side yard setback, again, mimics an existing condition because we're proposing to build on the same footprint as the garage, and it only applies to the front portion of the dwelling, and the neighbor on that side has filed a letter of support back in February. The front yard setback captures only a very small triangular area in the front northeast corner of the dwelling. If I could ask you to just move forward to the next slide, it's the site plan. You'll see that the site plan shows, as Mr. Wengel's office always does, the permitted envelope in red and the existing footprint of the existing building in green, and then the new build over top. So you can see in the bottom left corner, there's just a small area of encroachment into the front yard setback. And then at the back right corner, there's a triangular area which comprises the building length and depth variance. Again, this is an irregular shaped lot, and by orienting the house in between the other 2 houses and facing the cul-de-sac, It just creates some unusual circumstances with the building length and depth. So that's the nature of those two variances. There is a density variance being sought of 0.55, which we believe is reasonable and well within the range approved in the neighborhood. If the next slide provides some other examples, including several above 0.6 and 0.7 in the immediate vicinity. At 2 stories and 10 meters, the overall height is well within the permitted height, so there's no variances required for overall building height. In fact, we're 1 meter below the 11-meter limit. Taller houses, as you can see on the next slide, above 10 meters have been recently approved. We do need a variance for main wall height of 10 meters, but that only applies to the rear portion of the dwelling. As you can see from the front elevations on the next couple of slides and the renderings, it's actually more of a sloped mansard style roof at the front. So the main wall height doesn't kick in until the back, so it wouldn't be seen from the streetscape. City planning and transportation staff have not expressed any concern throughout the process. I've already addressed that forestry and natural feature protection staff had some concerns with tree 15, which we've now worked out on the basis of committing to preserving tree 15 and tying the approval to the site plan. I mentioned that we've had extensive discussions with the neighbors at the bottom of the hill, and they filed letters of support. I am aware that there's 2 letters from other neighbors on GLEN Place expressing concern. But if you look at those letters, they actually say expressly on them that they don't have any concern with the proposed site plan or the new house itself. Their concern is strictly about construction impacts and emergency vehicle access. So we're mindful and sympathetic to these concerns, happy to work with the residents and with city staff to minimize construction impacts wherever we can. As you know, Mr. Chairman, concerns related to construction impacts are not related to the variances being sought. Any new as-of-right house on this property would generate the exact same concerns, and those matters are not within the committee's jurisdiction. So while we understand the nature of the concerns and are prepared to work with those neighbors, I respectfully submit that they should not have any bearing on your decision today. It's my submission that the variances are desirable and they're common and well within the range of other approvals in South Hill. The length and depth variances are driven by the irregular lot shape and the general intent and purpose of the OP and zoning bylaw to ensure adequate building separation is achieved here. The variances are minor because they do not generate any impacts. So just to wrap up, sir, there's no outstanding concerns from staff or from area residents in relation to the proposed house or the variances being sought, and we respectfully request that the committee approve the variances subject to the conditions that were agreed to with Ravine and Natural Feature Protection staff, which is standard condition number 1, and then a condition that the proposed dwelling shall be constructed substantially in accordance with the site plan prepared by Richard Wengel Architect dated May 12, 2023. And I believe that's in your late materials file. Mr. Naidu, confirm that for me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Andres. I must say that these variances are modest for Mr. Wengel.
I'll be sure to pass that along to him, sir. Thank you.
All right. Any questions, panel? Comments? Somebody have a motion?
Through the chair, I'll also add that there is urban forestry standard conditions number 1 and number 2 as well.
Thank you. Okay. Peter.
Thanks, Chair. I agree. I think that the variances are minor for an application within this area of the city. And I do feel comforted that Ravine and Natural Features Protection are on board. So I'm happy to move approval subject to urban forestry condition 1 and 2, to Ravine and Natural Features Protection number 1, and tying it to the most recent site plan as outlined.
All right, do we have a seconder? Is it here? All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Have a nice night, everyone.
Thank you. Number 42, 234 Perth Avenue. And the purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a 2-story north side and rear addition, a complete 3rd-story addition with a walkout rooftop deck, a covered front porch with a walkout basement, a front 2nd floor balcony, and a rear ground level covered deck. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant and a report from Urban Forestry. Mr. Vieira?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I got cut off a little bit, but it's Marco Vieira here, 257 Dunraven Drive. I am the agent, the applicant designer for this application.
Okay, so this is reasonably straightforward, and I want to go into committee. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
For you, Mr. Chair, I would actually like to make a request for a friendly amendment to variance number 5 and 6. I'd just like to have it read as the side north lot line instead of south lot line.
Just a minute. I only have 5 variances.
Maybe that's on the next page.
Oh, right, okay, I'm sorry. So number 5, what's your amendment?
It's just to change the strike out south and put in north. And that's because the setback is affected on the north side. North arrow is correctly shown on the floor plans, but on the site plan, it's oriented in the wrong direction. That is probably why the examiner has indicated it's the side lot line, but I'd like to show it as north.
So is 6 north as well? So what amendment do you want to make to 6?
Just to show a north side.
Okay, all right. So that's what I asked. Okay, so both of them are north.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions, panel? Okay, comments? Do we have a motion? Yim.
Yeah, I have no problem with this one. I think that the proposals just fit in the neighborhood, and that cumulatively all the variances I think are quite reasonable. So I move for approval with the amended 5 and 6. Are there
Through the chair, sorry. If the applicant
Okay.
is changing the direction of the variance, that would require new notice.
But this is maybe a typo only, right? We can make minor change corrections. Because the overall quantity or quality of it haven't changed.
Yeah.
Because if the quantity like less or more, then we have to have new notice. But this hasn't changed any of that. I consider it's an orientation error.
So what does it look, what do the drawings say?
If staff could pull up the site plan. And technically, through the chair, if the, can't assume that members from the public can read plans per se, and if they're going by this public notice, the language is incorrect, and one neighbor on one side may have not had an issue with one number, but now that the numbers changed direction, the other neighbor may have an issue.
Yeah. Well, it's up to, it's not every change that is made to the notice that requires it to be reserved. So we have to decide as a committee whether it's reasonable or not and would be misleading. So the first issue we should consider, would this change be misleading? Yes, Peter?
Just, Chair, maybe if we could give the applicant just an opportunity, if there's some context he could provide to this, if there's any reasoning there. I think that might be helpful.
All right, Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. I was kind of hoping I would have that chance. So the south side setback complies entirely with the side yard setback, so there's no need for variance. The zoning examiner did make note on his review side lot line. I just wanted to clarify that it's not just the side, but it's to the north, in line with the existing dwelling, and we do have the support of both adjacent neighbors, both north and south, because of we've spoken to them about the proposal. So I think this is really a minor variance. I just wanted to be clarified in terms of what size, in terms of the orientation. All the floor plans show the correct orientation to the north and indicate the match the same side yard setbacks. So in this particular case, I don't think this is an issue of having to resend a notice out for the exact same number value on two minor variances.
Okay, so Zahir?
Similarly, I was just thinking that whichever neighbor might object to this could have objected, but there's been no objection from anybody or from either side, whether it's the north side or the south side. So I don't think it's an issue at all. It hasn't come up as an issue from one side or the other. Whether we change it at this stage, I don't think it'll be an issue.
So it's not, what you're saying, it's not misleading?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. All right, so Yim and Peter, are you agreed that it's not misleading in the circumstances?
Yes, I think because the drawing haven't changed and the numbering on the drawings that will indicate the neighbors which side they are on. I'm not too going to, so that they will check whether on the notice say north and south, they will look at their number on the site plan, which is correct.
Yeah. Peter?
Yeah, I'm satisfied that these are minor changes from a practical perspective.
Okay, thank you. So Yim, I believe you're in the midst of a motion.
Am I making a motion? I forgot already. So I'm going to make a motion with the corrected, it's not amended, but corrected agenda with, are there any other conditions?
Through the chair, there is urban forestry condition number 1.
Okay, with one, urban forestry condition number 1, I move for approval.
Okay, seconders are here. All in favor? You have your approval? Thank you. And the last one is number 43, 149 Hillsdale Avenue. Purpose is to remove the existing rear yard parking space. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and a staff report from Transportation Services. Sahar Arfa.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Good afternoon.
Okay.
My name is Sahar Arfa, and I'm representing on behalf of the owner of 149 Hillsdale Avenue.
And your address?
My address is 191 St. George Street, Toronto.
Okay, I understand you're asking for a deferral?
Yes. The reason is I asked for deferral is we hired an arborist, and he's applying to get approval for the urban forestry. And if we get approval, we're going to have a bigger chance to still apply for the committee to get approval for the front parking driveway. Because right now there's a driveway, there's a parking spot in the back, but because of the existing fence, we cannot pass through and go park in the backyard. Okay. So we have two options. Either we have to remove the parking mandate, or we have to ask to get approval for the one parking spot in front of the house.
Okay.
So we're working on it. That's why I'm asking for deferral.
Okay. So let's speak to Carolyn Ross.
Carolyn, you have been unmuted.
Hello? Is she there? She's there. All right. Ms. Ross?
Carolyn Ross, you have been unmuted. Go ahead.
She's still there, but befuddled by the technology, no doubt. Okay. All right, so we're looking for deferral, so, and she's only of interest, not opposed, so. Okay, panel, we can't find this second person. So the applicant's asking for deferral. Do we have a motion for a deferral? Yes, Sahir.
I'd like to move motion to defer.
Okay. So Yim, you second the motion. All in favor? You have your deferral. Thank you. That ends the afternoon agenda, 7:12 p.m.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you, members. Good night. And thank you, staff. Good night.
Yes, good night.